Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampoolville. Looky here, we got the bust version of Nimue. We did this last night, translucent cloth. Eventually gonna be doing water effects down there once this all dries. Non-metallic metal, skin tones, all the works, right? Lots of stuff. Now here we're gonna get a chance to do a similar thing. We're gonna get a chance to do the translucent cloth here. Not as much of the blue, right? Because we just don't have the rest of it there. But here we get to kind of play around with some of the stone work, and this is also going to get some water effects too. Hey there, Fine Line. Happy Saturday, Fine Line. How you doing? Great to see you there. So, yep, this is what we're going to be working on here. We're going to do the later dry brushy stuff, right? Alt effects, just like we did this. Just like we did this. Then we're going to do some opaque glazes, as we like to call them. Now, I do have another, but just in case. Just in case we like really power through this one. I also have this one ready to go here, this Guinevere bust. So again, if we get a chance to do that, we'll give it a shot. I don't know if we will, but we'll see if we can get there. So we'll have this one available here, right? Just that we can kind of check it out and see what's going on. So great to see you there, Finland. And again, Alt Facts, great to see you too. So check it out. Yeah, you get to see the beginning. I don't think you got a chance to see the beginning, right? Alt Facts yesterday. Now we're gonna grab this here. We've been taking this lighter blue. Here's some of our violet here. A little more of that. Oh, I still don't have any Payne's gray out here. That is hilarious. That is absolutely hilarious. And I still don't have that. Oh yeah, the Paul Rubens white. I keep forgetting to grab that too. So old effects. I haven't ground my own paint, but we have made tons of paints here. We've made our own fluorescent paints. We've made our own metallic paints, our own interference colors. Very simple. You just take pigment powders, which are all over the place. They're everywhere. And then we just combo those up with the linseed oil. Boom! You got yourself paint. That's what I did kind of before the Paul Rubens fluorescents were out there. Yeah. Once those came along, then you didn't have to quite do as much of making your own, again, making your own paints. But yeah, not the grounding or grounding, doing any of that, grounding pigments or whatever. But getting pigment powders, which are real easy to get your hands on, and then using the linseed oil. I've got, ooh, gee whiz, I must have at least 6 or 7 different videos on that, maybe more. Yeah, there might be closer to 10. Hey there, Switchblade. Great to see ya. Yeah, Switchblade I've been trying to do earlier on Saturday. I would like to try and do even earlier, but again, with me being the only one here, and also, well, let's see. I think I got to sleep at 11 o'clock this morning. Nah, maybe like 11:15 is when I got to sleep. So yeah, old facts. The Paul Rubens again. They're very very handy. The fact that you can get now the one downside is that if for whatever reason you go through all 50 mil of one, like, well, I have. Do I even have that one sitting in here somewhere? Where is that? I don't even think I have it sitting around there anymore. But if you go through, oh wait, there it is. Yeah. If this ever happens to you, which well, it's pretty much not going to, because the likelihood of you going through that much paint is minimal. Because you're not doing this 24, at least I'm thinking you're not doing this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's fantastic, Switchblade. Switchblade, if you want to wait a little bit before we get maybe some more folks in here, if you wanted to share, any pictures of what you got there, it'd be super cool for folks to see what other folks are doing with the oils. So old facts, that is irrelevant because, well, even well, a couple of levels here. First of all, your miniatures are not going to be displayed in direct sunlight. They're most likely going to be in in probably a miniatures case, which is black foam, right? Which is in your house, nowhere near any kind of sunlight. So you really don't have to worry about it being exposed to anything that would harm it. And I've got watercolor paintings that I did with Dr. Martin's dyes, which were supposed to be, not light fast and all that other kind of stuff. I'm looking at it right over here. It's been hanging on the wall for over 30 years, and it's fine. It's no, well, it's dustier. It is dustier. I'll give it that. It's definitely dustier, but it is completely fine after decades of hanging on the wall. Now, if I had put that in the living room facing where the sun is, nah, well, it would have been a different story. Same thing with any other painting or photo or whatever. Yeah, Switchblade. If I always tell folks, kind of go for the regular artist oil paints because, like you say, right, the quality is going to be significant. Now here I'm using the Paul Rubens. I'm kind of stuck with the until after Adepticon. It's all Alkids all the time. There is no other option because this stuff needs to be ready to rock and roll by Adepticon here. So Ultifex, I haven't tried those. Now Ultifex, what's the series number on those Williamsburg fluorescents? Because I'm pretty sure the interference colors are fours or fives. Let me double check here. Okay, yeah. So the interference colors are fours. The iridescent pearl white's a three. I think it's only a three. Yes, that's only a three. But I'm guessing the fluoros are fours or fives. So that's going to put those in kind of the, well, it's not quite pure orange, right, Ultifax? Or cobalt teal bluish, but yeah, that let's put it this way. Depending on when you get that set of 38 Paul Rubens, this one tube will cost more than all of the Paul Rubens paints. Now, Ultifex, are they the small tubes or are they the regular 37 mil tubes? That's I guess another question that I would have for you. Again, we've got this just almost ready for some glazy things here. Now again, there's going to be some differences between the bust version and well this version here, but essentially kind of the same ideas, right? With the translucent cloth and such. We're going to go one round of lighter here. We're going to have her looking in a different direction, obviously, than this one over here. Oh, God, they like the 18s or 20s. Wait, I think I got one of them here. Old facts. One second. I think I got one of them sitting around here somewheres. Or not. Oh, wait. Is this one of them? No, not one of them. Not there either. What about in here? This is my last place I will look. Don't see him, so we'll just have to do that some other time. Altfax, the black spinel is I kind of refer to it as as cadmium black because it's super intense. It's a staining color too. It's super intense. It's very matte. Now, the one thing Altfax is that for what's interesting is it tends to, over time, I don't want to say dry out in the tube, but it gets way more solid than when it's first open. Now, of course, Altfax we have discovered, of course, after the fact. Would have been helpful before, right, Recoil? We found out after the fact that Mars Black is very similar at a fraction of the price. But the black spinel is very, very nice there, Altfax. So Rico, I sent you those stickers, right? Because I think we have to open that ski lodge recoil base. I think there's a whole lot of people that would be very willing to invest in our ski lodge on Venus recoil. Actually, recoil, I'm trying to decide. I can only do so many of those. Now, of course, some of them are going to have to be die cast, so those are expensive. So I'm kind of, I'm leaning towards the circular ones there, recoil. So yeah, Altfax. Now, Altfax, was it the old labels or the new labels? Do I have that? Oh, yeah, that's probably buried here. That is probably, yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get my hands on that. It is buried. Hey there, Blades. Great to see ya. So Switchblade, I think you've seen some. Have you seen the? Oh, actually, here's Switchblade. You probably watched this one, right? This is using the iridescent pearl white. And remember other colors there, Switchblade. You got indigo, Payne's gray, whatever. You can add a whole bunch of other stuff besides just the black to it. So Blades, great to see you there. Recoil, I hope that everything's going fantabulous. So yeah, Recoil. I just made. I made food. Was able to get that stupid chicken done minutes before the stream. I stuck it in the refrigerator, ran in here, and started the stream. That's how close a call it was. Yeah, Switchblade. There's also this one here. It's the same kind of a thing. We split this in half. One half is non-metallic. The other half is true metallic. So this is what we painted last night. This was what recoil about a 6-hour stream. Yeah, this is about a 6-hour stream right here. And again, it's the same concept. Obviously, pose is going to be different because you have to work it into a plinth, right? So that is going to make it different. We'll still do water effects on both of these once both of them are dry. Hence another reason for the alkyds. Nice to see you there. Nice to see you there, Dark Horse. So Blades, hopefully you were able to get some sleep. It was a late one last night. And of course, Blades, if you want to share stuff in the chat, yeah, Blades, why don't you share some stuff in chat there? Switchblade, it's so much easier with this. I mean, well, you're about to see it because, okay, you say, well, why don't you just do some kind of Zenithal Prime instead of this? Well, you were about to see, right? Because you Zenithal Prime this, you're just going to be painting over it. First, you're just painting over it. Second of all, you got nothing you can mix with. Here, we got something that we can mix with. And let's start to play around here. Let's see what we want to do. Let's start rolling. Do something smaller for the skin tones. Maybe no. Let's just kind of roll with this. This one right here, maybe. Oh yeah, see, I thought that game was already. Oh, that's tomorrow. That's right. That's tomorrow, right, Blades? That's it. Outfax, what's hilarious is that I've never used marble, but I use marble dust all the time. Now, technically, where is that bottle? Here it is. Yeah. So technically, this is just marble dust and flex paste. Yeah, basically, yeah, marble dust and or gesso. Basically, marble dust and gesso right there. So that's why we just use a very, very, very simple palette. It is piece of parchment paper that is clipped to a piece of cardboard. When we're done, we chuck it in the garbage, and that is it. Now we check out the Instagram link that Blades just shared. Everybody give Blades a follow. So Blades, are you going to be kind of doing your usual stream days next week? Yeah, let's just roll with this. Let's roll with this now. Again, you can see that's mixing, right? That is mixing with what is on the surface already. Already getting some mixing going on. Let's do, you know what? Get a little Terra Rosa. Terra Rosa. And again, this is a actually, this is mostly an opaque glaze. Yeah, this is a totally opaque glaze. Because Terra Rosa and Indian Red are opaque. And we also added an opaque lighter color. So yes, it's all opacity all the time. So Wednesday and Friday stream. Now, Blades, do you have like a big new project that you're doing on stream after getting the Death Dealer done, or are you kind of going to a simpler thing for the moment at least? Now look at this. Look at this. See how that's blending with, right? That's working with the You could call it the underlayment, whatever. Oh, and by the way, on this here one, that that brown that you're seeing there, that's the primer. This is how we talk about less is more and more is way too much, right? There are parts of this that are just, you can still see the primer there through the oil paints. Hey there, Uber Yeti, great to see ya. So Uber Yeti, I'll check out that file after the stream. There's a lot of stuff I gotta be doing after the stream. It was right up to the last second trying to get ready for this stream here. Let me see. Did we? No, it was something I sent to Kathy. Here we go. Yeah, there we go. So that finished just in time. This was done like 11 minutes before the stream. That was barely done before the stream. Fortunately, we've got kind of a process down for that, but oof, it was cutting it close there, Recoil. It was kind of real close like. Uber Yeti, why don't you share some stuffs there? You got YouTube channels, you got other things that you can share. Why don't you do that, Uber Yeti? Sorry if I forgot to ask straight away. No, 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 no. More of the blue here. More of the blue for this here. Come on, get in there. A little more Prussian blue. A little more. Like so. And maybe a little bit more of our, even more of our blue here. There you go. And that'll go down in here too. Let that mix a little bit there. That's fantastic, Bleeds. That's fantastic. Hopefully he's doing okay. I think that is a... no, there's some more over here. Now we're going to go with a little bit of ombre in here too. Yeah. Oh, my references. I just hit all my references. 1 second. Let me get those back up here. Nope, that is not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. There we go. Well, good luck with all that, Uber Yeti. Good luck with all that. That's fantastic, Blade. Again, everybody please give Blades81 a follow. Now look at this. Look at this here. Yeah, we're doing that right over our cloth, too, because, well, I mean, the cloth is translucent, and it's sitting on top of that. Why would that other coat not show through, right? It kind of stands to reason that it would show through. So again, I apologize if I kind of take a little bit to respond to a chat thing. Because of the size of these things, the camera boom is basically covering the chat. I literally have to look underneath the camera boom or around it or whatever just to be able to see the chat. So the only thing that's relatively easy to see is like the last chat. Everything above that, I either got to look at a different screen or something else. So yeah, if you're wondering why there's a little bit of a delay or something like that, that would be why. Yeah, let's do this here. Let's do this right here. Yeah, let's get that working. So there's well, let's see. Some of the other figures that I supported. There was a Morgan Le Fay figure. I printed it out, and all those extra supports that I added, they really did the trick. Except somehow I missed one finger. So we'll have to kind of sculpt that one, but I kind of went in and then added that one support in there. Switchblade, that's really what I want to see. Is so many people Switchblade. I couldn't tell you how many people I've watched, and this is over years now, who they've been painting miniatures even before I started painting miniatures in 2001, and they loved painting miniatures, but it got so much the same for them, Switchblade, that they just said, "Nah, this is like going to work. I don't want to do this." Yeah, if it's like going to work, I want nothing more to do with it, which was kind of sad, Switchblade, because they were really, really, really good at what they were doing, but they said, "Nah, it's really not fun anymore." And I said, "Holy smokes, we got to do something about that." So that's why I've tried to kind of emphasize ways to make it a little bit more fun, right, Switchblade? Now we're doing it just like we did. We're gonna be keep. I'm gonna keep grabbing this one. I might actually maybe put this thing over here. But yeah, you can kind of see we're setting up the same thing, right? It's all kind of getting set up the same way again. Now Switchblade. Hopefully the color charts have also been handy. Yeah, those they really do. I mean, we talk about it. I know we talk about it a lot, but boy, they do show a lot. They really show a lot. Now, how's about we do some of this? Some of this. Yeah, we'll do those two. A little bit of ombre here. Yeah, a little bit of umber. Let's do that. Maybe a little more thinner. Okay, nope, that can't live over there because I'm going to keep mashing that with my hand. So it's going to have to stay over there. We're just going to have to keep grabbing it. Actually, oh, that's actually now, Blades. Did you ever have any baseball cards? Any of the Jays, like your favorite Jays players or anything? Actually, recoil, huh? There's got to be a way to do some content with that recoil. Yeah, that's a. I mean, even after all this time, it's still kind of a big deal there.
So say we all.
No, thanks, Switchblade. Appreciate that. Let me get you a little bit of a toasty there. Thanks, Switchblade. Appreciate that. And oh, and Switchblade. Again, eventually we'll be. Here, let me get my. There we go. That's what I'm looking for Switchblade. And of course, again, we have our Cyberthurians here. Right there, you go. There's Excalibur. Even a couple of KJJ. Look at that, or KGJ. Sorry about that. Back when he was with the Mariners. So thanks, Switchblade. Appreciate that. It is a huge help. Now look at this. Look at this. See how that's look at that. See how that mixes with what is there. That's not gonna happen, right? If we just have a zenithal that's sprayed on there, we're not doing any of that. So it's something to keep in mind. Now we got to switch over here. We're gonna we're gonna get out of that to something that it's maybe more of a. So we can get some more of a violet there. I don't know if we're really gonna get so much to the cyan and the green, but we will for sure get to that violet. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Let's see, Armored Wolf. Why don't you post the latest, your latest link there? Yeah, go ahead and post that to the Instagrams there. Fabulous dice bags. And then everybody, of course, check out Armored Wolf Productions. Fabulous dice bags. All things leather. Look at this, more blendy stuff. Glazy and blendy. Oh, and this is all opaque, by the way. Yeah, opaque glazes. I ain't kidding. I ain't messing around. So Switchblade, think of the Army Painter series, where I have no choice, right? Because even if I was to just continuously paint, especially if I'm using the Alkids, they'll be dry no matter what. They will literally dry as I'm painting. Like if I was just keep painting for 13 hours straight, they would still be drying on me. I don't know if you saw this series, Switchblade, but we do these all the time. So this was a three-part series right here. So it was a three-part series, and of course everything dried in between the episode. Blades, I had no idea they were even playing. I had no. That's news to. I knew the pitchers and catchers had reported their Blades, but as always, right, Blades, that in Chicago, when baseball is concerned, hope does not spring eternal. It just springs a leak. Yeah, that's how it goes here. Well, hopefully, great success for the Jays there. Generally, at this point, right, Blades, you just gotta hope that nobody gets injured. It's like preseason football. You're just kind of hoping that your team is mostly intact by the time you actually get to the season. So you can kind of see how we're setting things up here, right? It's all starting to get set up. Yeah, recoil. I think between animations and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Now I'm starting to visualize you animating some of the cards there, recoil, just for funsies. Yeah, you have a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card, and Ken Griffey like looks at you from out of the card and starts talking at you. I will. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Here, let's get out our yellow there. A little bit of the ombre. No, so yeah, Uber Yeti. I have to decide which of those stickers. We were talking about it before. Now, the thing is, the ones that are more die cut. As much as I love those, we have to kind of assess those. So that's why the vast majority of the designs are circular for for good reason. There's a bunch of other stuff I got to show you there, Uber Yeti. Uh, well, let me see if I can find this too. One second. Let me see if I've got it here as well. No, not those. No, let me see if I can find this for you. One second here. I wonder, is it here? No, that would be here. Okay, one second. Give me a second here. Nah, this will do it. Yeah. All right, so that is a painting that I did many, many years ago, which has now been adapted to our Cyberthurian universe. So again, that was our original painting from years ago, now adapted to the Cyberverse right there. Hey there, Camden. I think I might have sent you that, right? If I didn't, I'll send it you with. I think I did. Actually, I think I sent you that too, right? Recoil. Again, I could be wrong, but I think so. And of course, Camden, you want to share some stuff in the chat there? Please go ahead. So Blades, is Monster Den still streaming? I just realized that Monster Den streams on Saturdays there. Completely forgot about them. Like, oops. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a little bit of the blue, and even at this early stage here, everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Oh, and now Camda, do they come by and check out the stuff there? Yeah, did they come by and see what the heck was going on with the internet there? Let me do this. Also this. Again, this is all very shiny, right? It's all very, but if we have thicker paint here, guess what's going to happen? Look at that. Looky there. So everybody check out that Instagram link again that Camda just shared. I'm going to try to start getting a little bit of my lighter stuff here on Excalibur. Won't mess with that too much though. Keep going with this, and again, this is very much almost like a dry brush now. Almost like a dry brush, except it's going into all this wet paint. This is what you can't do with the acrylics, right? You're not doing that. I got some more of that here to do. A little more down here. Ah, there we go. So we got a string of 75s we're going to have here, right, Camden? You, Landtrast, Arid, Valfira, you guys are all going to have your 75s today. So thanks, Camda, for, of course, joining us here. Much appreciated. Let me get this light up in here. So again, now should this, we blast through this much quicker, I do actually have a second one that is ready to go. So just on the off chance. I don't really anticipate that, but you never know. I've tried to try to be prepared, right, Guardians? How you doing? So happy Saturday there, or for some people, it's already a happy Sunday. It's almost a happy Sunday for you there, Blades. So great to see you there, Guardians. Hope that all is well. Nah, we'll leave those alone. Look at this. See, that's starting to get a little less shiny there. Face starting to get a little less shiny there too. More of our blue on our Excalibur blade there. So Altfax, I stopped using those years and years and years ago. Part of it was that I was having to remake those like every 3 days. So that was not practical. Also, the reason I made those originally was for an Adepticon class that never happened. Because I wanted to have my own oil brushers, which are made by MIG Ammo, but I could not buy 130 of them or whatever it was I was going to need. So I said, well, I'm just going to make my own. And I thought too that maybe people would be less afraid because they're in dropper bottles, which they're more familiar with. And then just the practicality of it was like, nope, not doing that anymore. Let's just get them right out of the tubes. Much easier that way. Because that was a whole lot of extra work. I remember making those for Kathy too. And even as little as she used the oils, I still had to remake some of them for her. So I'm like, okay, if even somebody who's not really using the oils very often has to get them remade like that, yeah, I think it's just time to just work from the tube. Now, if you are like these things where we're mixing our own paints, I strongly recommend these because as far as how much they cost, they don't cost that much and they are much more airtight than any dropper bottles or anything like that. Yeah, that just save yourself a lot of extra hassle. Just do that. Don't fool around with the dropper bottles. Yeah, let's go a little bit further with that. Yeah, Guardian. Actually, Guardians, if you wanted to let folks know what your booth number is going to be at PAX, Yeah, if you want to let people know what your booth number is going to be there at PAX East or whatever, that would be sensational. Gonna get me a little bit more of the blue in there too. I'm gonna try this here. Let me see what happened with this. Still a little bit on the slippery side there, but getting there. Try me a little bit of this up here. Like you do. There you go. All right, so 111, let's see, 111.20 booth for Guardians. And again, Guardians, if you wanted to share, an Insta link or anything like that, website link or something like that, there, Guardians, please go ahead. And again, Uber Yeti, if you wanted to share your YouTube stuff or whatevs, please go ahead. I think Camden, you had a chance to share your link there to your Instas. There we go. So this is just a big old craft brush here. It's all it is, just a big old craft brush. Nothing terribly fancy about it, that's for sure. Now we're going to have all of this stuff here at Adepticon. Oh yeah, check this out, Recoil. I took the supports off of it. This is gonna be, look how big this thing is. Just the eyes alone, because remember, one of them is cybernetic here. It's a cybernetic eye there. And all of the cybernetic bits there. Lots of glowy stuff here, right? Lots of circuitry in the plinth and everything. This is going to be super fun. We also have a giant Morgan Le Fay printed out here. So there's a Morgan Le Fay printed out. And of course, none of this is even close, not even close, to weight. None of it is weight. Eventually, there will be some of that creeping its way in there, but that's eventually. That ain't now. So now you can see we're starting to get some sweep to the cloth here. It's also, again, starting to have a little bit of translucency, because that's what we want. And you can see how much I clean the brush. Yeah, look at that. We did a very detailed cleaning of the brush, didn't we, Recoil? It's not like we just took what was on there, mixed it up with whatever was on the palette, and then slapped it on the miniature. We would never do something like that, right, Recoil? That's never happened on this channel. Get some of that into here. No, we meticulously clean the brush over and over again, right, Camda? It makes total sense. Or we just say the heck with it, and we just let all that paint just mix together. Because color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere, right, Camda? Yeah, so the number of times I've cleaned this brush basically in the last 20 minutes is 0. Yep. That's how we roll here, right, Recoil? Recoil, Camden, I still am now very much convinced that Hasty the Hobbit is just going to get a bust. I think that's probably the way to go with Hasty the Hobbit. Although I'm going to keep trying because I think I have some new methods there, Camden. But I do think at some point we have to have Hasty the Hobbit. Yeah, we'll do that. I'm telling you, it's hilarious. There we go. Just a little bit lighter on the face. Now we might actually get some thinner in here. By thinner, I mean a little tiny bit of it. And yeah, this is just a junky old craft brush we're using here. Seriously. This is pennies on the dollar craft brush here. Let me get you in here. I still, Armored Wolf, have to do the stupid Dick Blick thing. Or is it is Dick Blick, I think, that has the Royal Lang. Or is it, well, either way, I'll maybe just do a Hobby Lobby thing. Hopefully that'll all show up in time for Adepticon. I would imagine that it would. Get you a little lighter with this, not too much. You know what? I'm gonna grab some of my rouge type colors here. Let me get that. Not rouge enough. A little more rouge. Uh, yeah, we're kind of, well, I was gonna say blades were out of fromage here, but technically there's still more of those KD dinners. And I might actually be making one of those after the stream because I never got to the store today. So, despite the fact we made that chicken there, I might still have to resort to some fromage. Hey there, 10K. Great to see ya. How you doing there, 10K? So check it out, 10K. We're already on our second Cyberthurian. Yeah, did this stream last night. Now we are doing the bust version of it. Ooh, yeah. You know what? We're talking about reflected light, reflected colors. Okay. Why is none of it reflected on here? Oh, and since I won't be stick doing this, I can actually just kind of paint the whole arm here. Unlike last night, where I just kept waiting and waiting and waiting. Yeah, Blades, I have to somehow get to the store tomorrow to get some stuff because we we pretty much have taken whatever the last of the supplies are, and they're pretty much gone. Unless we're gonna start you know a little bit of Donner Party type tactics or something like that. Suddenly neighbors start disappearing off the streets or whatever. Then you know what's going on. Let's grab some senior there just to. Here it is. This is the one I'm looking for. So this worked out really well, making some of that kind of more like a teal. So that's what we're gonna do. We got our phthalo green. Ooh, we forgot Camden to do this here on our radiant or not radiant green. Let's get some dots of stuff on those. Hey there, Michael. How you doing? Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Michael, definitely share some stuff in the chat. Definitely share some stuff in the chat. So, Michael, we'll grab her again. Um, I'm definitely gonna have to make a tutorial. It's gonna have to be a multi-part tutorial, Michael. But I mean, there's okay. You got your non-metallic stuff, your shiny stuff, right? We've got obviously all the translucent cloth, but then this is also gonna have water effects. So I think this should definitely be a three-part series there, Michael. Yeah, I think we need to do a three-part series on that. And of course, next week we'll be painting. So next Friday we'll paint this. This is again basically straight from one of my paintings. I mean that's literally straight from my painting there. And then we'll do the bust version, which I was trying to get prepped before the stream here tonight. So great to see you there, Michael. Great to like always. And again, Michael, please post some stuffs in the chat there if you want. Is that enough thinner? That is maybe just enough. Yeah. Oh, and of course, Michael, I think you watched some of this, right, Michael? We did this on Thursday. Well, technically Friday, but this was the very first of the shadow boxes. These are really cool. I really, really like these. Yes, indeed. We're gonna tomorrow, well, Sunday anyway. I'm gonna film a tutorial painting up this. All right, everybody, check out that. Is that Insta link? Yeah, it's an Instagram link that Michael just posted there. And now, Michael, when's your next stream gonna be? Let folks know again if uh, life sometimes changes schedules, right, Michael? But if you know if you're gonna be streaming or not, definitely let folks know there when that might be. And again, everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow.
So say we all.
Thanks, Zell. Hey, Zell, there's plenty of folks in the chat if you want to share some of the BFG links there. Great to see you there, Zell. Oh, and of course, Zell, we were just showing this here. So this is made from a painting that you literally, or a draw. Actually, Zell, you saw the. I'm sure you had at least put one of the drums up there on the auction stand over the years. Yeah, I'm sure you dealt with at least one of the drums. Okay, so Sunday, Monday, or Wednesday. Yeah, Michael. Now, hey, Michael, do you have any more kind of whatchamacallit classes and little workshops that you're going to do at Reaper over the next, say, month or so there, Michael? Let folks know. Because whoever's in the Denton area, right, Michael, they might wanna partake in that. So again, there's for those that really love Battlefleet Gothic. Oh, hey, Zell, because of the more positive temperature here, I printed out more of the cruisers, like the genuine cruisers there, Zell. Actually, I have to print out more bases. So I'll be printing out more. And actually, Zell, I think I might have asked you on stream the other day. All of the cruisers, they all go on the same. Everything's on the same size base, right? Nothing's on. There's no gigantic ships going on any big bases. They're all pretty much on the same flight base, right, Zell? And again, everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. Because again, Michael Paints Minis on stream as well. Ooh, let me try some of this here. So yeah, so again, I'll be sending you pictures of all the pieces and parts and all that kind of stuff after I get them all filed and ready for assembly there. You can do that, Zell. I'm gonna send you pics too, though, just to like quadruple check. Yeah, just to quadruple check. I'll be sending you pics, but that way I can kind of base them on the pics that you send, right? And then I'll say, okay, this looks like the pictures you sent me. You give me the heads up. We'll rock and roll on those, right, Zell? And obviously we'll paint those on Armada Monday. Oh, the other thing too. Remember I was saying, Zell, I'm gonna try to do a tutorial video on them too. So yeah, we'll be doing them on stream. We'll be doing them in tutorial videos. I mean, the usual, right? It's the usual process this time of year. Nothing terribly different, right? So you can see again, we're trying to work in lots of reflections here. Lots of reflections. Now this one here, I'm going to be able to do a little bit more with some digital elements here. So some things will actually be more like glowing runes, maybe. Oh, looky there, getting some blue down in the recesses there. And again, none of this is white. Absolutely none of this here is white whatsoever in any way, shape, or form. Mm-mm. Let me take some of this. Come on. Take some of this. So I want these to be a little bit more like pearlescent, but we're actually going to chuck some violet in there first. Like that. Now over here, Mars Yellow Deep, whatever. You know what? I'm gonna grab that. Oh, good. That's still active. That's still active, so I'm gonna grab that too. There you go. So everybody check out the YouTube vid there. Again, Zell uh, really is a big part of the Battlefleet Gothic scene at Adepticon. So if you're going to be at Adepticon and you are interested in Battlefleet Gothic, that is the place to go. Oh, and there's a Discord server too. Now, Zell, where is the tournament kind of down? I think it's in a different area, right? Because I think the Blood Bowl and Lord of the Rings tournaments are down by Fort Wapple. Because that's in a different part of the convention center, right, Zell? Now let me switch. Ooh, not that. Now there we go. Yeah, it's like not the blue. We need a little bit more of the violet in there, I think. Yep. Now recoil. We'll do a film noir on this, and then we'll do a film noir on the Nimue figure. Oh, this is a good because you can kind of again see how things are starting to develop, right? You got the gold or the brown tans into the violets, then a little almost like brown there, right? You got some blues there. Let's do this. Now it's just a whole bunch of so that veil. I mean, yeah, there's shading on there already, but it doesn't look terribly interesting, right? Yeah, not super interesting. Let's grab this. Okay, plenty of shading, right? Almost looks ghostly. Look at this. It almost looks like a ghost there, recoil. But looky what happens. Look at that. Violets, blue, cyan, tan. There's like green in there. And then you got there, let's do this with our, well, you take away all of the blue in there, right? You take all the skin tone, it doesn't look translucent anymore. You add the color back. Now you got your translucency going. And again, kind of setting up the same deal here. We're 53 minutes in. Yeah, 53 minutes ago, this had bingo paint on it, as in none whatsoever. None whatsoever. That's how we roll here. Hashtag no layers, right? Recoil. Let's start to think about what we're doing here with the eyes. A little more the magenta for here. Just working at something there. Not looking to do anything finished, just looking to get something in there. There's still some of the glazy stuff sitting in there, so we gotta wait. Don't be hasty. Don't be hasty. So yeah, Rico, that was a great timing for a little bit of film noir. There's like a certain critical moment, right? Right, Recoil, where it kind of just shows that much more stuff. I mean, always it reveals a lot, but there's some moments, right, where it's just like, holy smoke, look what that did. Now let's go a little. Yeah, let's start working on some lighter stuff here on our metals here. Let's start doing some of that. Yeah, see how much lighter that can be? Looky there, huh? We said, we said it's gonna get a whole bunch lighter. We were just doing a bunch of midtones at that point. As these lights start working their way in there. Alright, and then we'll grab a little something for a blendy brush here. What we gonna use? Maybe this guy? I don't know. Let me see what happens with this here. Good enough. There. Look at that. Oh, no problem there, Michael. No problem. Again, thanks for being. I know it's getting late, so if you have to head out or anything like that, Michael, and well, Michael, we'll see you. I'll see if I can try and. Ooh, gee whiz. I think 9:30 is the earliest I could possibly start on a Saturday stream. I know that these are kind of late for folks. Things must be messy, all right, recoil before they can be neat. Thanks, Al. Appreciate that. So yeah, so actually, unfortunately, I did not get a chance to take it off the build plate, but yeah, another 2 plates of cruisers printed out. Essentially, Zell, the idea is just print up a whole bunch of stuff. So we got extras and all that. I've been printing out diasporic stuff for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And just bases in general for other stuff. Now you can see, look at how our cloth here, because this is see how that's a little bit less, a little more set, right? We're able to start to get our lights in the cloth there. That's fantastic there, Michael. Wouldn't mind some of that myself. Get me this here. Little more in there, little more. Gotta start getting some green in all of our reeds there too. Don't want to forget that. Start to lighten up. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at what that lighter stuff is gonna do. And of course, Camden, I still have not had a chance to go grab that stupid tube of Paul Rubens white. Yeah, it's still sitting in the box. And it's not because I don't know where it is. I know exactly where it is. I can almost see it from where I'm sitting. That's how little time there's been. It's that level of bonkers. Now looky there, look at this. How that really starts to take shape. We'll get some of these edges now. Like that. Like this. There we go. And more reflecty stuff over there. That's a highly complex painting term, right, Rico? It goes with cratery. No, let's see, leafy bits and cratery things. Yeah, that was a joint. That was a joint publication there by Carl Sagan and James Audubon. Leafy bits and cratery things. Now, Recoil, I think I might have sent you the Ariadne, well, the painting and the bronze reliefs, right? recoil. I'm really hoping to be able to paint some like genuine 3D nebula type stuff there. Great to see you there, Landrast. Whoops. Somehow we picked up some of the teal from over there. So how you doing there, Landrast? Now, Landrast, do you got the any of the crew over there? You got Mario over there, anything like that? Let me try that. There we go. Okay. All right. Whatevs. Again, kind of treating this like a dry brush here. Like so. Ah, that's a heavy. Hello, everybody, and the GK there in Santa Clara. Hope everybody's doing great. Hope everybody rolling them dice is doing well. But of course, if everybody's rolling sixes, well, the games will get over fast. Yeah, if everybody's rolling a whole pile of sixes, get that reflected light down there. Now turn over to this side. Boom. So recoil after this stream, one of the things I'll be doing is just kind of taking a look-see around. I just want to see if there's been, Cyberthurian style RPG games made. Because again, no sense replicating in something that already exists, and also too, I still have to figure out, is Shadowrun still a thing just of the past, or is it a thing of the now? That I don't know. Nah, we'll change you like that. There. And I'm inclined, just for funsies, like my baseball game, I'm going to make it a 3d6 curve. Yeah, no d20s, 3d6 curve. I'm pretty sure there ain't many 3d6 curves RPGs out there. That I think I could be safe on. Come on, we need more of that reflection down there. Oh, geez, this got to get later. Been doing all this other stuff. Not doing that. That's better. Well, too much, dear. Yeah, major tragedy. We'll just do that. You know what? Let me fool around with this. Oh, maybe this is a better plan. This might be better. Okay, we got that violet there. See what happens when we do this. See if they get a little more pearl. Oh, wow, actually, we could use interference colors on these. Oh, remember? Oh gosh, Canada. I think this was maybe before your time. Now, actually, it's a video on the Patreon page. But oh yeah, that's right. Megan sent me a bunch of powders because for the fluorescent, making those fluorescent paint vids, and she sent me these powdered pigments, and what she thought was let's see, fluorescent violet turned out to be like an opalescent violet. And I didn't realize that when I'm mixing them. I'm like, hey, this makes actually a nice kind of a satin sort of thing. That might be the figure version of this. Maybe we incorporate some of that in there, and then it gets a little extra shimmery stuff going on. It can't hurt, right, Michael? That would be interesting. We would get again the interference paints or powders, whatevs, and all of a sudden this would be infused with even a little bit more. I mean, because there's not enough wild stuff going on here. Let's infuse it perhaps with a little bit of shimmery stuff too. Oh, also I want to get a little bit of tracery and embroidery in these bits over here. If that is possible, we shall see. You know what? I'm gonna grab that. So that's some of our radiant green. Ah, there we go. See, that has set enough. Look at this here. A while ago, if I did this, it would have just been a whole bunch of slime. Now, we got ourselves genuine dry brushy stuff going on there, except, look at it's mixing. So we refresh that brush. Also, is this white? Answer, no. Also, no. Yeah, there's no white here at all. Radiant green, some of our, what is that? The manganese blue mixed in there. Some of the not radiant, radiant white. I think, does that cross over this fabric here ish? Sorta, kinda, maybe. Some sky blue in there now. That gets it down pretty close to where our water is, anyhows. Let's do that. Come on, ooh, looky there, look at that. So now imagine some interference stuff in that, Michael. Ooh, that could be, that ain't nothing. Of course, we could print out like a 9-inch tall version of the of that figure there, and then really go bonkers with it. Let me get past these reeds here. That's another reason why I wasn't really fixing to do a whole bunch of green on those reeds. I'm like, they're going to be a bit of a casualty when we start messing around with this here. And all that stuff is mixing along the way, just so you know. That's all mixing along the way. What do we got here? We got more of that here now. Get kind of a bluish teal. And then now add a little bit of sky blue to it. I'm gonna keep rolling with this maybe. Yeah, no. We'll go with maybe a little more of the bluish violet there, I think. So recoil, again, there's not going to be quite as much of that wild, like almost gold down to turquoise transition as the full figure, but actually getting in a little bit more than I thought. Recoil, that's cool. Ooh, I'm gonna go. We almost forgot our periwinkle here, Camda. Don't forget, not radiant, not periwinkle, periwinkle. Yeah, not radiant, radiant, not periwinkle, periwinkle. That's gonna fit real easy on a label there, Camda. That's gonna fit real easy. Nope, not doing that over there. You want there's hair right behind it. Ooh, look at this here. Yep. If that does not say there's something different behind, what this fabric there, I don't know what else does. Same deal over here, same stuff. Ooh, speaking of which, sky blue. You're missing some of that over here. Come on, get in there. Bingo. Now, yeah, let's roll with some of that on our blade there. Blade here, like you do, whatever. Periwinkle again. Into the recesses before we lighten up everything else. Bam. This too. Now look how dark that's getting. We got to get back on over here and grab that. We got to grab ourselves some fresh version of this here. Now we can go a little bit lighter, perhaps here. I'll just grab the tool. Just let me get all that stuff out of the brush. We got a whole bunch of paint. There's still gold. There's still some of our Mars Yellow Deep piled up in this in this brush here. That's how many times we cleaned the brush there. Yep. There's still stuff from there sitting on the brush. What are we at here? An hour? We're an hour, 10 minutes in. It happens quick. Don't blink. Now, and again, this right here, light as that is not white. No, sir. I think this is, yeah, that's still fabric there. I keep thinking of this as the full figure one, and I'm like, that wasn't fabric before. Why is it fabric now? I'm gonna get me a little bit. That's some of our. Wow, that's later than I was expecting. That is the Naples yellow. Now I also have, I think it's Gamlin version of that. It's gotta be the Gamlin version of Naples yellow. Well, we have the Gamlin version of Hansa yellow, and it's weird to think that these labels don't exist anymore. I'm not used to those new labels on them. You know what? I'm gonna let's kind of give some of the fabric here a chance to set. Let's start fooling around with the hair. Then we'll rotate back around to the face and such. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, that's right. I forgot we got to break out a new liner brush. We got to retire the one that we've been using because that's, well, it's kind of a little bit too beat up now. Yeah, alt facts. The new labels just it would be one thing if the color that's on the label is painted on like you got with Richardson or Williamsburg. All right, where's my Richardson one here? Yeah, that right there. That's the actual paint on the label. That other stuff that's printed on there, that is 3,000% useless. In fact, it's less than useless. It's like the opposite of useful. What it is completely. It's even more useless than useless. Now I understand from a production standpoint, it's a whole lot easier to just like print a label with something vaguely in the same neighborhood as the color that might be in the tube there. But vaguely is that's yeah, vaguely. Right, Landrast? You're, you're looking at those tubes of paint there, and it's like, okay, it looks like blue on the label of it there. Why is it orange when I open up the tube? It's that level of way off, right? The health facts. Now, not too much of the letter yet. Not just yet. Not just yet. Let me get some of this. This is going to be quite the lemon yellow color too. We're using this again like a micro filbert brush here. Look at the difference that makes. Yeah, that escalated quick right there. There we go. Same deal on the other side. A little bit there. Doing this here is nice. Now I think we could start getting back to the face there. Also gonna start doing yeah, let's start doing some stuff on the eyes. Not quite as essential to lock in everything on the face as it was on a miniature, but Okay, well here we're gonna really see. Just okay. Do I need to be grabbing another one? Geez, I gotta buy more of these. Holy smokes! Gotta get me some more of those. Start doing some stuff here to. Yeah, let's lock in some darker stuff up here before we do anything else. And then again, kind of a turquoise eye color is what we're going for. Starting to put a little something up there for eye brows. Back here, get the Prussian blue mixed in that as well. Now let's start to chuck in some darks on this. Also some sharper edges too. Where are we at with this? No, that's for the eyes. No, we're starting to get there.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Let's welcome our newest little hobbit. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that, Kiro. Ah, so this figure, person, character gets like a gigantic figure and a bust, like in two streams, and I'm just still kind of sitting here small. And by the way, hey, at least she has like an arm and a half. I got no arms on my bust. Well, that's a very grumpy Gandalf. Even the grumpy Gandalf used to just be the bust version. Now we did have ourselves a Gandalf 6 last night. Let's see if Kairo's going to get a 6. Well, it's most of a 6 right there. That's 2/3 of a 6 for Kairo. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Ooh, yes, we're definitely going to have to grab ourselves another one of these here because this one here has it's seen better days. That's for sure. It's look a little ragged, just a bit ragged. We need some more of our in there, over here. There's a lot of segmented pieces here on the because it's more of a cybernetic arm, not really an armored kind of thing. It's kind of a little bit of each. It's got a little bit of everything going on. There, and now we're gonna. There's another piece here. It's not quite like the Aztecing and panel lines on our panel line Galacticas, but it's in the neighborhood there. So have a good one there, Zell. So yeah, see you on Monday there, Zell. And again, more. Well, it'll be the bigger. It'll be the larger diasporic ships there. Nice there. Okay, wait. Start getting some of our lighter stuff on the top of the with those little gem type things there too. So great to see you there, Cairo. Yeah, here's this is the Gandalf in question. So I take it she's never fought a Balrog. Dude, what's a Balrog? He's like, wings, fire, shadow, all that kind of good stuff. So you're talking like a dragon. It's like, no, that'd be Smaug. Dragons have names? There's Grumpy Gandalf getting involved. Still not going straight up white with this yet. Still not doing that on the eyes. And again, we had to look in this way, right? On the figure version, we're going to kind of stick with the direction. Like you're going to be looking down that way. Again, looking to have the turquoise kind of coloring in the eyes. Thanks, Gabriel. Appreciate it. Oh, and here's this is the figure in question. So this is what we painted last night, and you can see that she's literally quite looking in the opposite direction, right? She's looking this way here, and here on the bust version, she's going to be looking basically down and to the right. But you can kind of get a feel, right, for how a similarity with all the veil work and such. And again, these are the very first of our Arthurian, or Cyberthurian as we call them. Yes, the Cyberthurians. Let's see, we've got, well, of course, Arthur, we got Lancelot, we got Morgan Le Fay, we have Nimue, of course, we have the Green Knight, and we've got Guinevere, also Merlin. Where's our, or Techno Gandalf. There's Techno Gandalf, right? And Gandalf's going to be really upset because he has both of his arms. Again, I'm not going to be happy. And again, a little programming note. So next week, I'll be doing some of the Celtic goddess stuff. So we've got our Bridget miniature that we'll paint up at 72 mil. We'll be doing that on Friday, and then Saturday we'll paint the bust version of that. But it's been super fun to essentially take paintings that, in some cases, even I haven't seen in many, many years, and now they've got new life. They're almost practically walking around. Me working our all the way down there to the water, and again, we're gonna be doing water effects there too. Still not white on this brush yet. Is it close? It is close. Is it white? It is not. Let's get some more light in there. And again, all oil paints, of course. You know what? Let me do this here. Let me do a little change. We're going to get some of the umber, some of the Indian yellow. Come on, more of that. And we're just going to tint that. That's not about, it wasn't a glaze or anything like that. That was practically almost dry brushed over that. But because both of those colors are super translucent, right? The umber, the Indian yellow, well, it looked kinda like we just put a glaze on there, even though it is not. Great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Well, Nurgle Matthew, well, let's see, I've been working on this in almost an hour and a half, Nurgle Matthew, and I can still say happy Saturday. Look at that. Unprecedented, right, Nurgle Matthew? Ooh, is this going to be, nah, let's get a little bit more of the Terroros in there. That was going to get too late. That was breakneck speed towards too light. Now we can start doing a little bit more on the face again, because that has had a chance to set. Hey there, Kaz. Great to see you. Also, happy Saturday too, there, Kaz. Happy Saturday. Well, actually, I think it's more like happy Sunday there, Rottweiler. So, what did that was 8 o'clock or something like that? Actually, Blades has been in here talking about the game. Everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Of course, Rottweiler, you know what you got to do. You gotta share some stuff in the chat. Everybody, again, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. There's one prediction I can make for the game there, Rottweiler. I'm thinking there won't be a goalie fight. That is my bold stance on the game there. Yes, there will not be a goalie fight. Not that the game couldn't use a goalie fight or 2 or 3, but it's probably not going to happen. Now, see, we're going to soften this up a little. There we go. Soften that up a little bit. Although, who knows? Who knows? Who knows, Rottweiler? Oh, look at that. Again, this is still not our lightest light up there. Still not our lightest light. And of course, Rot, if you want, again, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Ooh, this is what we ain't got. That. Yep. I'm like, something I've been forgetting here. Oh, yeah, it would be that. It would be that. There we go. Okay, now we're starting to... No, that's much better there. So everybody check out the Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Actually, Kaz, if you want, you got some stuff you've been working on, you want to share that, please go ahead there, Kaz. You know what? I'm gonna get the upper lid a little bit. Just gonna put this out a little further. Now we need to do some stuff over here. We need to get some reflected light there too. Yes, it's in shadow, but it's gotta get some reflected light. Can't just all be dark back there. So again, great to see everybody. Let me choose that. Yeah, a little bit later there too. Okay. You know, let me do this. Wow, we've got it here. Upper part of the lips. Gonna get that dark, also a bit more expansive there. Also got to get our darks in the nostrils, cause reasons. Everybody check out that latest piece there. It's an Instagram link. The Kaz is the name just posted. So Kaz, I hope that everything has been going fantastic for you, of course. He's hoping that everything's been working out real well. Not just lighter. This here's got a little hint of some cyan to it, like the water below. Like you do. So again, everybody check out that Insta link there that Kaz just posted. What do we got going on here? A little bit more of that. How's about now? I think we're ready for some turquoise with the eyes. So a little bit of the, mostly phthalo green, little bit of the Prussian blue, and other eye here. And then we're going to have to kind of leave that alone for a little while, let that set. So again, a whole different expression there. You're looking off to that side, get a whole different vibe from that. Well, Kaz here's hoping that you can kind of max out the weekend there, get as much out of it as you can. Ooh, you know what? We need some of that. We need some of that over here. Like this here. How's about some of that? Ooh. There we yeah. That was a good idea. About some of it right there. Oh, yeah. I'm going to double down on this. I'm going to do this here. Yep. I am doing that. Okay, there we go. I'm just hoping that it's a blast, Kaz. Absolute blast for you. Like I say, right, gotta enjoy it while it's there. Paint some stuff, play some games, do all the things. Gotta start thinking about these guys. I need to see at least a mid-tone on these things or a light middle tone before I keep fooling around with the skin tone some more. Because it'd be hard to really judge what's going on if I don't do that. Let me do this here. So, well, Rottweiler, here's hoping that it's going to be a fun game for folks to watch. I will either, well, I'll be doing multiple things. I will probably be filming stuff. I will be printing stuff. I will be prepping stuff. We'll be doing tons of graphics work. That's on the menu for tomorrow here. So Rottweiler V blades are going to square off. So so Cooper now turns. Let's see now. In the 4 years there, Blades, how many unauthorized stuffed animal destructions has he done? Let's do that. So Blades, hopefully it's been a little bit warmer there and you've been able to kind of get him outside for some walks and other things to kind of dissipate some of that less gentlemanly behavior there, right? Right, Blades? Let's see. Actually, Rottweiler, did he score that game-winning goal or whatever? I wasn't sure. Here, we're gonna get a little bit more of this. The same kind of a. There, see that kind of a bluish teal color in there. Now, where's me? Periwinkle go. That'll go in there. That's gonna go also down in there. I'll stick with this up here because that's a little more grayed down. Now okay, I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna try this. Is this paint stable enough to fool around with this? Let me see. Oh, it is. It is. Yep, there we go. Yep. That's what we wanted to do. Poof. Maybe some of you. And some of the green there. So we're 93 minutes in. Yeah, that's it. This whole deal here, 93 minutes. Actually, I'm gonna move some of that junk out of the way. We're going to start making some of these guys lighter up here, up at the top. Also that deal. And that starts to reseat a little bit as we start working our way down. Oh no, I'm gonna let me see some here. Well, we know we got to put this here. We need that over there, so no contest on that. I'm gonna get some of this back in here. So that just means that Blades and Rottweiler have to send me updates there. They will have to send me updates shift by shift. Yeah, I'll have to give me status, a number of shots on goal, power play opportunities. No, no, no. More of that lighter stuff all the way down here. Rottweiler, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say nothing. Boy, Rottweiler, I don't know where that stuff is at, but somewhere is the hockey strategy game that I made, and it was another 3d6 curve, just like the baseball game was. I did enjoy that. More of our lighter stuff there. Actually, Blades, if I can get the baseball game turned into some PDFs there, because again, all the stuff that I did years and years ago, those original files, not only are they gone, the software that I did them in doesn't exist anymore. So if I get those turned into PDFs, I'll send you that. Now, here's hoping that at least it's a decent tourney and all that. I wasn't sure, if that's one of those where you're kind of hoping for the best painted slash player's choice and or whatever. Hey there, Git. How you doing? Everybody, please get Painterly get a follow. So Git, why don't you post some of the stuff there? And again, I hope that you're able to kind of get into the final phases of the miniatures there, Git. So great to see you there. Let me do this here. Yeah. Let me work some of that down there. Also here. Yes, we only give out hand out brush licking tips for the cobalt and cadmiums. The other colors just don't taste as good. Let me get some more of our light right along here. There. Yeah, it's extraordinarily early there, Git. Holy smokies. Yeah, it's only 11:42 here. Git, I looked over thinking, okay, gee whiz, what is it, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning? Yeah, Git, you had me looking at the clock over there going, huh? Was there some kind of spatial distortion or something like that? Everybody check out the Instagram link that Painterly Git just posted, and everybody give Git a follow. You got to get that done. So yeah, everybody check out what Git was just sharing there. Gee whiz, I might need to get some more of this here violet out there. Yeah, might just need some more of that. In here, so let me. Well, we can consult. We got ourselves an example here. We can consult. What did we do up around the shoulders there? Okay, so we'll make that lighter. We are going to get a little bit more of a violet, but we still want to maybe get a hint of cyan up there too. I don't know. We'll see how we want to roll with this here. Let me get you off to the side. At least, well, I do have some paper towel. Well, these paper towel pieces here after making food. I ended up with some extra paper towels. Ooh, that sounded darker side. That could be useful. That also has again a violet tint to. Oh yeah, that is not bad. We'll roll with that. Also, come on in here like that. Now we switch Ola to some lighter stuff. This here, get kind of that radiant, well, not radiant, radiant violet. Man, that is still, I did not think it was going to seem that light on there. And that G-Wiz eventually will really get our light stuff going here. But see, now that's kind of creating a little bit of a turn here. I'm going to grab maybe you as, yeah, we'll use you for a blending brush here. Like so. Oh, and get, if you wanted to talk about the paint and take thing you got going on St. Patrick's Day. I know that's a little ways away yet. But if you wanna talk about the paint and take thing there in the chat, why don't you do that too? Come on, more just there we go. Now there's still a big old chunk of paint on there, but whatever. Don't matter. Ah, there you go. See, that's certain. It kind of braces the surface. This is still not white. Well, the paint really. Hopefully, again, hopefully the at least the Lord of the Rings gummies, not driving him too nuts. Uh, there will be far more intricate files coming to print out. And again, I might be for like ones like this. All of this are the Cyber Arthurians and my painting figs and stuff. Those I might also include like what I did with the supports. Again, people don't have to use that. Now, there's a caveat. There's a bazillion supports. Actually, there might be like whatever a quadrillion, whatever. There's a lot of supports on there. However, what I've noticed is that at least it prints. Removing lots of supports is less of a pain than having to reprint something because, well, there's a whole chunk of it that didn't print. Yeah, Painterly get they work like that until you lose the spring. So get if you lose the spring, you lose the 17.3%, and you also lose about another, I would say 82.7%. Yeah, it might cost you a few percentage points off of that if you lose the spring in there. And let's put it this way: content's under pressure. Yeah, yeah, that spring will fly out of there like a shell casing out of a 22 bolt action. It'll just go airborne. Let me get a little more of our right here. Also more of our gold in there. So Mars Yellow Deep. Mars Yellow Deep. And that's going to sort of be... Oh, looky there. It's almost like we got a little dry brushy thing going on. A little mini filbert too. Right where that hair is. We're going to do a similar thing here. Look at this. Now that's all. Look, I'm gonna grab me some more of this because it was getting awful dark there. It was starting to mix with all that darker stuff that was already there. Yeah, look at that. It's funny. We used to actually save those, and you think, why in the world are you saving springs from pens? That's absolutely madness. What could you possibly use them for? Well, see that right there? See right in the far back, the pogo stick guy? Yes, that is a spring from a pen. And that's what I used to make the pogo stick guy for the mimes. Yeah, so that's for all you people that need to make pogo stick guys for your Blood Bowl team. Well, there you go. Save those. Save those. Or they could be like miniature slinkies or whatever. Which those things never ever worked. You'd see in the commercial the thing would like walk downstairs and stuff like that. The best thing I ever had was like a drunk slinky that just fell down the stairs, just rolled down the stairs. That was the extent of it. Ooh, here's something we can do. Here's something we're gonna do. We're gonna get ourselves a little bit of the yellow reflected on the gold. How about that? I think we should do that too. Let's see. So pen springs are very handy for a little bit of airbrush repair too, apparently. They can also be very effective as projectiles if you also include like a rubber band. And I don't mean one of them teensy little rubber bands. I'm talking about a rubber band that you could use basically as a pocket trebuchet. Let me get some more of this chromium oxide green here on our leafy bits just to get a little something on there. I need that just for a little bit of a color comparison for now. A lot of that's probably going to get painted over again, but whatever. We'll work with it. There's some over here somewhere. Yep, there it is. It's all in a different place than it was on the figure. Jesus, more back here. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Okay. Ooh. This is going to be extra fun down here, being able to do, so we'll have the water spill over this way, and I'll actually be able to do, ooh, you know what? If that is the case, let me mark this here before I forget, because I will. Let me do this. That's a little too thin. All right, fine. Whatevs. Let's try that. Yeah, that could be interesting. I will do that. Wasn't gonna, but maybe we do a little bit of water effect. That was not the plan, but and who knows? This might change. We might say nah later on, but for now, kind of liking that idea. Gee whiz, if I had known I was going to do that, it would add some. Well, again, I'll be adding the texture to it with the whatchamacallit stuff there. The basically that flash curing clear resin stuff. Not too much of this here. Maybe a little bit more of the light because we're reflecting what's going on with the veil there. Maybe, again, not too much over here either. Okay, that's yeah, I like that little changeola right there. I'm gonna roll with that. That was not the original plan, but kind of liking that change of plans. Where's my sky blue? Okay, not that much. That was quite the chunk of sky blue on that brush. A little much. I'm gonna get some of my manganese blue hue there. Ah, that's more like it. So you could see we're look at that. So trying to get some of the some of that lighter color reflected in our water here, cause reflections and all. Got to get some of that over. We even had to get some of our some of the hand color reflected here into our water. It's been kind of waiting a little while to do this. Yeah, I can maybe hit that again. Oh, is that gonna be too late? Not if it's right up against it. Fine, we'll try that. We'll make a little adjustment here. Let's adjust this here. So how are we looking with the, okay, yeah, that's doing what we need. Is nice. I get to try and get this right down, like into the water. We could use some of this. Is that going to be too light? But we need to get some reflect. Oh, too late. Well, we got the manganese blue sitting over here. Plus, what's on there is still wet. So yeah, I could essentially kind of remix that a little bit. So Kaz, some of it like here, this is virtually dry brush. There's virtually no thinner in the paint whatsoever. There will be other times where it's almost 90 something percent thinner, and of course thick over thin and vice versa there, Kaz. So like here where we're doing much more of a dry brush thing like that, well, the next application over the top of that is going to have at least a little bit of thinner in there. No, we're not talking like a glaze type amount. It could be 10% more thinner. That is more than enough to create that differential. So yeah, the thinning of the paints, and of course it also depends on the color because phthalo green, Indian yellow, those are hyper translucent colors, which means if you dry brush those over something, it's gonna look like a glaze. It could be straight, literally straight from the tube with zero thinner. And you dry it, look kind of like how I'm doing this right here, and it's gonna look exactly like it is a glaze. And that's only because just how translucent that color is. Now here that's got a little more thinner in it. Also, your opaque colors, they tend to be just like naturally thicker, as in like right out of the tube, it's gonna be thicker than say a color like a an umber or something like that, or even your phthalo colors or Prussian blue. Those tend to just be like physically thinner colors than the opaque stuff. Essentially, with the oils, you got to take all the acrylic stuff and just set that aside. None of the acrylic stuff applies. I mean, okay, your color theory stuff, whatever, fine. That's gonna kind of stay the same because color is color. But when it comes to the material itself, yeah, the acrylic stuff is like that goes bye bye. Now, if the oils they're dry or whatever, and you want to work acrylics over the top of them, oh well, no big deal. Then just do acrylic stuff because once the oils are dry, they are no different than a dry layer of acrylic paint. But you're doing this here, right, with the more wet into wet approach. Well, all those things again, where the the thickness of the paint comes in, the opacity of the paint. All that stuff really matters. Nah, no problem there, Kaz. No problem. I know it's hard to kind of absorb everything in like a little 2 second answer there, right? Ooh, is that gonna be too much? Okay, now this has a little more thinner in it. Part of the reason, both of the colors that I was putting on that brush, well, they're both pretty darn opaque, which means they're much heavier. Hey there, Daddy Cal. Great to see you. Everybody, please give Daddy Celt a follow. So, Daddy Celt, you saw this last night, and we were talking about how we're going to paint the bust version. We are 1 hour 55 minutes into the bust version right here. So there you go. That was last night, and now we are painting again the bust version of Nimue right here. Everybody, please give Daddy Celt a follow. And of course, Daddy Celt, if you would like to share some stuff in the chat, you know the deal. Go ahead, share away. I'm going to actually add me a little bit more of the fast matte white out here. Gonna get me some more of that here. See you later, Kaz. So happy Sunday there, Kaz, and have a very yummy breakfast there. Thanks, Daddy Kelt. And of course, again, Kelt, if you want to share some things, glad you're getting a chance to paint again. I know you were building a bunch of stuff, but yeah, glad that you're getting a chance to do some painting again. Much appreciated there, Kaz. Now we're gonna start thinking about some of the much lighter stuff on the skin tone. That's why we didn't do too much more on the eyes, cause well, how is it going to change? Cause it is when we start adding this lighter stuff here. It's going to change. More light over here, maybe. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. Probably some lighter stuff on the chin here too. Again, they get that reflected light. Going to be important. Yeah, you know what? We're going to get some lighter stuff here as well. Not too much there, right? Because if the skin tone there is too light, we're going to really lose that sort of translucency effect there. We don't want to do that. Now, lower lip. Let me try this here. Let's see how that is going to work. Yes, we needed that. Bring that over a bit more to the right. And now here we're still waiting on the eyes to set a little bit more. Maybe we'll see how that goes. A little bit more of the rosé over here as well. Same deal on the hands here. Nah, even more. Even more. I'm going to give me a little bit more of the magenta. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Much lighter on the skin tone here. Because we're doing that on the face and such. Well, we gotta get some of that on the knuckles here. Much like that. Work it down into the knuckles over here. Next digit, so on and so forth. Lighter still? Lighter still. Let's do that. So, Dedica, hopefully the stream was super fun. You were able to get a bunch of stuff done. And again, glad that you're able to kind of get back into the painting stuff. After a while, the putting together of miniatures can get to be a little bit of a little repetitive, a little tedious. I'm telling you, Rico, that's where we're getting super spoiled here. I mean, it used to just be, yeah, kind of like in this whole just print out the miniature and do a little bit of cleanup, stick it on the base, and you're ready to go. To it's like, well, yeah, how's about we just have our own figure, period. And now we know exactly what's going on with every part of it and not having to guess. It's like, is that a hand? Is that a foot? Or is that a plasma cannon? I can't tell. And yes, there have been sculpts where it's like, I have no idea what that is supposed to be. Now, dedicated. Hopefully, the difficult as it is, with the challenges involved, maybe some new stuff gets learned, and then that can get applied to the next project, and well, make the next project easier. I need me a little something something there is nice. That here, but nah, bring that down a little further. Let me try this stuff here. This is again a kind of a bluish gray. Ooh, that might be too thin. There is only one way to know. I know it's not so bad. No, not so bad. I was thinking that was going to be way too thin. Not so. I tell you, these things here, they're making it a lot easier. Their recoil to just a place to just kind of
Hello,
stick my hand
little
there,
hobbits.
making it
Spark
a
my
whole bunch easier.
gums.
Thank you so much, Miss Crystal C. Appreciate that. I'm not even gonna bother to say you shall not. Hey, is that Narso you got sitting over there? It's like, no, that's Excalibur. I've never really heard. Is that like another elf sword or something like that? She's like, who are elves? I guess we got the wrong universe again. Let's see what happens for Miss Crystal C on a big Gandalf 6. We had one yesterday. Ooh, that's even we're creeping closer and closer. We went from a 3 to a 4 to a 5. Thank you so much, Miss Crystal C. Now that we've got some of the lighter stuff in the skin tone, again, you can see they're literally looking in opposite directions, right? The eyes going this way, eyes here going this way. But I think you can, oh yeah, you can really start to see now how the fabric is starting to play out. And of course, we did the same sort of reflections in the water there. We're going to do the water effects on both of these after the fact. And we'll again take that UV fast curing stuff there. No, thanks, Daddy Kale. Appreciate that. My Daddy Kale, again, it is really fun when you're able to, paint some figs that. Well, again, these figs, they're all based on my paintings. That's what's extra wild. And again, next weekend this will be our Friday stream here. So this is quite literally taken from one of my paintings. I mean, with the example, okay, there's a base. This was painted on Celtic drums many times. And I also have the bust version of that. So we'll be doing the figure bust combo on Friday, Saturday next week of the Harvest Goddess there. And the whole reason that ended up happening was that, oh my God, it was a few weeks ago. Somebody messaged me and they said, "Hey, do you remember? Do you have any more of your Bridget drums?" As in Borons, that's how I pronounce it. I know some people pronounce it differently. But I said, no, I don't have those, and I have no way, unfortunately, to get new ones. And they were sad. They said, well, do you have some of the prints? I'm like, I haven't been making prints of that since 2001. So she was a little bit bummed, and I said, wait a second. What if I was to maybe say make a bas relief or a flat of that? Where are you hiding? You're around here somewhere. There you are. And I made this the other day, and she was super excited about that because you could just hang this on the wall, whatever's. And then I thought, well, if I did that, why don't I do a bust? And they said, well, if I did the bust, why don't I do a figure of it? It just needed feet and wheat. We added feet and wheat, and boom. And now we've got a chance to have some fun and painting something that I first did years and years ago. But that's not too loud because we got these water lilies here. I'm trying to reflect some of that here in this what is going to be water. That was not the original plan. But I thought, you know what? We got this whole big old base here. Maybe we should enjoy that. Let's see what happens. And now I don't know if you saw the other piece I just brought out, especially on the stone portion. A lot of this is still primer color, believe it or not. Even on that finished one that you saw, that I just had in my hands, you can still see some of the primer, and that's going to be the case here. You will be able to see some of the primer in some areas here. Now this is a much warmer color. However, that's that same kind of color we're using right about up in here. That is now going onto the stone, because guess what? Color goes somewhere. It's got to go everywhere. Yes, indeed. Now let's start to pick a little bit more something on these here. Nope, that's a little too much of a dry brush. But we get a little more of our thinner in there. There you go. And yeah, I know Kaz is not necessarily watching right now, but this is again another thing where sometimes to get that paint to float, maybe it takes a little more thinner. If we go too crazy with it, now we've got ourselves a pinline wash, which pinline washes are great unless you don't want one, then they're not optimal. Now let's get to a little bit of zoomorphs here. Actually, recoil. I got kind of a challenge ahead. So that Ariadne one, for one version one version of the plinth, I basically need to make separate files of each of the Celtic zoomorphs, and then attack those on in Blender. Now, if I can learn Blender well enough, I might be able to wrap those around. Because right now it's got to basically be only on, say, a mandala or a flat thing, because the only thing I would really know how to do right now is just take a flat thing and just stick it on another flat piece. But if I can learn how to do like some basic kind of warping or wrapping or something like that, I might be able to actually wrap those individual zoomorphs around the plinth, which would be super fun. Let's do this here. So Ariadne, Celtic goddess of the heavens there. Now that was another painting that I really enjoyed back in the day. Uh, it took longer to create the designs of the 12 Celtic zoomorphs. Well, basically the signs of the zodiac and Celtic zoomorphs took longer to just sketch those up than it did to paint the whole painting, which is hilarious but true. Yeah, that's we spent more time designing the just one little element of that whole painting than painting the whole darn thing. Now I'm gonna start getting me some of the let's start getting some lighter stuffs here on our water lilies, shall we? Let's not forget about these here, because however light those are, that's gonna impact what's going on back here too. Everything is we always talk about context all the time. You know what? How's about this context? We're going to get a little bit of it's almost some of the color from the hair and here, because again, the color goes somewhere. It must go everywhere. Now this again, back to more of a dry brush kind of a thing. Why? Because some of the paint that's already on here is quite liquid anyway. It's gonna blend. Pretty much whether you want it to or not, it's gonna blend. Might as well use it. Now remember here on the underside of these leaves, we would probably want to get some of this, some of that teal cyan-ish type color. Throw a little bit more over there. So yeah, the stuff that I'll be using for the water effects will be the same stuff. Did I put some of that on Gollum here? I think we put a little bit. Yes, yes, yes. You can see it. See it right there? We added that to our gummy Gollum there. And that same stuff that we used here, we're going to put it along here and up in here, except we're going to kind of sculpt a little bit of some water ripples in there. Again, that's part of our Lord of the Rings Gummy Bear series. Oh gosh, we've already painted what 28 characters from that. I think I've done 32-ish, 33 maybe now. Still haven't had a chance to paint up the Prince Imrahil that I did. We basically have to rework Sauron, so I gotta resculpt that one because the test prints, no matter how hard I tried, they just didn't matter what kind of supports I did either. It would actually print, but then the cloak would disintegrate afterwards. So clearly the interior geometry of that not quite right, too thin, whatever. That actually happened. Where's our initial gummy Ladra? Yeah, this was something that someone sculpted for me. And again, all of the hair and the cloak had a tendency to just disintegrate once you tried to cure it there. Hey there, Camda. So Camda, I'm hoping, I'm sure you're hoping too, that if it's something on the outside, right? Something nicked the cable or whatever, and also too, I'm pretty sure that you will like your hardwire connection there for streaming too. I think you're gonna like that. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. You know what? I wasn't going to, but I'm actually gonna be a little something lighter there. It's almost a little bit like what we did here on our Harad ships. One thing I was hoping to do, Camdo, over the next couple of days was do a couple of modeling clay mock-ups of some more of our Miwa's ships there. And yes, it's the very same modeling clay that I used to play with as a kid, and I would get chunks of the modeling clay in the carpet, which would get stepped on and then ground into the carpet, and thus now part of the carpet. That was something my parents were very appreciative of, that modification to the carpet. Yeah, they were real happy about that. They were certainly very grateful for that little bit of redecorating that was done with the modeling clay. Let me try. They said they loved it so much. They suggested that maybe it should be a unique thing that only ever happens once and never again. I'm gonna get me some more lighter stuff on the top of this here. We'll probably try to get ourselves a couple of cracks in here too, like we did on the other one. But first, some edges here on our little zoomorphy things. Actually, Camda, just for funsies, I'll have to include the supported files for you there, so you can see, like, holy smokes, he did genuinely go absolutely berserk with micro supports. Let me see if we can lighten you up. Oh, this here, that's gotta be a little lighter there too. Come on, Let's see what happens. A little dry brushy action there. That just about does it. Just about does it. Let's see. It's all fine on their end. That is just, it's beyond bizarre, right, Camja? That's absolutely bizarre. But it doesn't really seem to affect anything else, right? Because you're probably watching shows and doing other stuff, and it doesn't seem like it's impacting that, right? We never really did do our lighter stuff over here on these water lilies. Let's get those. In addition to some of this other stuff here, again, we're gonna go lighter. But I'm actually gonna get me a little bit, a little more of our radiant green. Nah, boom, there you look at that. Now we're talking about something that's later. Yep. You thought that was light before? Not so much. Look at this. It's starting to look like a dingy middle tone now. That's kind of what it is. Look at this here. Bam. Much, much lighter now. That does, again, start to get more and more luminous as we do that. Get some light up in here too. What we got here? Yeah, let's do some more of this. More of that down here. We'll again try to get some more of our water lilies there. Let's get even more of our light up here. Some more of it right there. Sneak in some more. This certainly has to be lighter. Very much lighter here. Even this, there's a little bit of color in this still here. This is not straight up white. They might almost look like it, but it is definitely not. Speaking of light, we're going to get some of that now on this, because I think this has had plenty of opportunities to set, which it has for sure. That will get back up to the face. Gonna really try and lock in what's going on with the eyes, lock in probably the final highlights on the face there too. All of a sudden now, as we make this lighter, the reflections in the water, well, they don't look so overwhelmingly light either. So again, everything is relative. I'll throw a little bit more of my light down in that. Sure. This one edge here. No, I'm gonna refresh that brush. And now do this. Also up there. I think I can lighten that up a little bit too. Yeah. Let's do that. Let me do this. Let me get a little bit of this. That's actually a mix of our umber and some of the Indian yellow. I don't want to make that too light though. That was just too harsh of a transition right there. It was way too much. Let me try this. A little more of the Indian yellow. This is a color intensity thing. It's not really so much about change in value or something, whatever. That is a bit more about enhancing the saturation of a given color there. I think, yeah. Why don't we try that up here too? If I had done this, let's see, we're about 2 hours, 20 minutes. If I had done that like an hour and 20 minutes ago, that would not have gone very well. There would have just been too much other stuff there that is just too liquid, whatever. Hadn't set yet. Now that we have done that, I will take this out of here, and now let's come back with something that is lighter here, and see what we have. All of a sudden, yeah, what we were just doing, that seems much less light. Let me work this in now. There we go. That too. More of our light. Let me try this. Camda, I might have to maybe Tuesday. That backdrop I was talking about for all of our Cyberthurians here. I might have to film that backdrop painting on this coming Tuesday. That was not the original plan, but well, all plans kind of got verschmizzled in a very classic way, right? Recoil. That was a major verschmizzle. Get that. Oh yeah, look at that. Like that extra bit of, and this is again, we could still go. Oh gosh, even a tiny bit lighter than this. As light as this might seem, it is still. I'm telling you, it's not straight up white yet. I mean, it's getting there. It's in the neighborhood, but it is most definitely not straight up white. I'm probably yeah. We'll get some of our Terra. Oh, no, let's do Indian red. Let's do Indian red. That's what we did on the other one. That was pretty nifty. So okay. Now on the other one, I basically painted in the the texture on the grip here. This one actually, it's because it's much larger. You can actually see the texture on that grip. Again, doing a little bit of dry brush, something there to get some of the skin tone reflected on that part of the metal. A little bit of rouge here. It's gonna be done in a dry brushy way here. Is nice. Touch over there too. So 2 hours 24 minutes ago, this was entirely primer, as in Stynylrez dark brown primer. Well, it's there you go, kind of like the autocorrect monster. It was this color primer. That's what it was 2 hours 24 minutes and 38 seconds ago. To the eyes we go, and now this will be here. Let me get some of the. I'm basically making my own indigo here, a combo of Prussian blue and the Mars black. well, technically coal black because that's the Paul Rubens black. It's a very poor man's black spinel, right, Camda? Like real poor man's. Mars black is the sort of poor man's black spinel. Black spinel is the used to be a rich man, now a poor man's black. The formerly known as rich man. Oh boy, I can't wait to get like the brightest highlights in the metals there. Oh man, that is gonna just jump out at you. Gonna get me now a little more of a dark on the underside there of the eyelashes. And now let me see if we can do this. Let's do the pupil. We got the iris there. We shall see if we can make that pupil happen. And then, of course, our lighter dot on top of that. So actually, I'm going to do that a little. I wasn't thinking of that initially, but I'm going to do that. That little bit extra dark there. I'm gonna try it. All right, we do have some of our fast matte whiteouters, so we can try to make this happen. Gotta break that down some though first, but not to a pinline wash. That would be super, super not ideal. Oof. Okay, we got ourselves enough of a point, I believe. We'll give it a shot here. It's maybe not quite thin enough. We'll try it again. One more. There we go. Just enough. A little hint of it there. Now we gotta. Oof. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Just enough of our light in it also here. Just enough. There we go. That's one of those things where you're doing something like that. You essentially try to slow down the heartbeat. And you actually kind of hold your breath. And it's a little bit of a target shooting technique right there. Where when you squeeze the trigger, not pull the trigger, you're almost surprised when you actually get when the shot happens. And that's a similar thing like what we're doing with our brush here when we're doing these super detailed areas. You have to sort of adopt that kind of a technique. Where you just essentially hold your breath, you kind of relax, do some breathing there. Light grip on the brush. None of this death grip stuff. I swear I've seen people painting like that. I'm telling you. Thanks, Armor Wolf, for posting a link to the YouTube channels. You want to see, well, you want to see the thing that we were painting last night, the figure version of this. That will be on that Linseed Fellowship channel. Also this one, because again, with Twitch, you can't keep the stuff there anymore. But, which is fine, because on those YouTube channels, you will find things called playlists. And you say, okay, I want to see those Cyberthurians. Well, you just go to there will be a playlist for those. Yet another new playlist that I will make for yet another new type of, or genre, or whatever, of miniature. See how that's starting to get, that starts to get kind of shiny, kind of sharp, right? It's all about the edges here. There again, we're trying to get these little individual panels there. All right, trying to build those up. Again, we're still only 2.5 hours in. That is it. But as you can see, we have a lot of the structure in place, which means now we can kind of start to think more uh, about more detail-oriented stuff instead of struggling along with just essentially what folks would maybe just call base coat stuff. I've had people even tell me that, yeah, it takes me hours just to do base coat stuff. It's like, well, how much time is that going to leave you for doing maybe the fancy schmancy stuff that you want to do? If you're spending all that time just getting colors on the thing, there's going to be a lot less schmancy and a lot less fancy. Red Wolf, why don't you share your Instagram link there to all the fabulous dice bags? Oh yeah, now we're gonna start really thinking about some lighter stuff here on the veil. Yeah, especially up in this area here. Yeah, so everybody check out Armored Wolf Productions, all things dice bags. One more edge, come on. There we go, bam. It's like cooperate here. Couple more in there, and again, I'll get some light on that. Not over there. No problem. We're just going to take maybe this guy here, and we will look at that. It is like we have an eraser. We just pretty much erased it. It's like, that didn't go where it was supposed to. But we just erase that and try it again. No harm, no foul. Now that veil there starts to get a whole bunch lighter. That's what we need. That's what's going to bring this forward. Right, and then make this other stuff kind of recede. Everybody check out that Instagram link again that Armored Wolf just shared. All things dice bags, fantastic leatherwork, fantastic metalwork. Y'all have got hundreds and hundreds of dice. Well, those dice bags hold hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of full-size dice. Not the little dinky ones. We're talking about the full-size ones, the really big dice. More of our lighter edge all on that veil. Here too. Here too. Bend it there. And then we're going to do that all along here. It's just like what we did on the figure version. Kind of like a little bit like a seam or a hem, I guess. Maybe is that what that would be called? I don't know. I don't know. That's why I just do words, right? Right, Ed? Yeah, right. The Uber Yeti. Of course, we don't do time. We don't do names. We don't do days. We especially don't do days. Right? We never know what day it is. We don't even know what time it is. We only do. As you can see, that's it. We just do words. Uber Yeti, if you wanted to share some stuff again in the chat, it's been a little while now since the last time. Share some of the oil painting goodness stuff there. Can we... I think I can sneak in a little bit of light right there. Also here, we're going to try and sneak in a little bit more on the skin tone right around the eyes, on the end of our nose, on the upper portions of the lips there. Try some a little more in here too. No, there's little bit of fuzz on the end of the brush. We gotta get rid of that. Try that. That did a little bit more than I was even anticipating. Yeah, that worked out. Get a little bit of the light down, and a little more up here on the hair. Yeah. Gotta start doing some stuff here on the necklace as well. Trying to kind of create a little bit of an opalescent kind of a deal happening there. I would like that to have its own little inset. That needs it. Come on, little highlight. There we go. I think those are good. We won't mess with those. Let me try to do a little something lighter here on our water lily petals, which should be catching a whole lot of light there. Yeah, let me try to get these guys. Also, that one. Now, a little bit more of a light on that because they're basically turned right up to where the light is. Oh, that hasn't really gotten a whole lot of light on it. Now it's got some. We are going to do a little bit of blending on that too. Hey there, Valfira. It's kind of funny, Valfira. I was just about to say, I think there might have been a little bit of a sleepies going on there. Because we did, well, it was like 10:04, Valfira, I think, when I started. We did one of these early on, Valfira, because obviously with the other one being done, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see this one, and I'll still bring out the other one there, Valfira, for a little film noir. Now watch again what happens to the fabric here, right? We have all these color transitions. You got gold, violet, cyan, all that. When that goes away, it's almost like Wraith Nimue here, Valfira. Yeah, it's look at that. It's almost like Wraith Nimue. And here, let's break out the figure version. 1 second. It's even more pronounced, I think, with the figure. Yeah, it's like some kind of a Wraith version of Nimue right there. But now we'll bring back our color, and once again, that is going to go from simple shading to now translucent cloth by virtue of color contrast, right, Valfira? Oh, and we did a little change here, Velfair. We're actually gonna put water effects there. So yeah, that wasn't originally part of the plan, but is what it is. I was hoping that you had yourself some decent sleep there, Valfira. But yeah, I'll have to send you a picture. I was able to make that chicken in the oven, and it finished about 11 minutes before the stream started. I basically took like one shard of it and kind of like snarfed that down and then ran in here, shoved the rest in the fridge, and came in here to stream. I'm going to try and get the blood channel going there. Now we'll take, maybe we'll use this to soften the rest of that. So yeah, Velfir, unlike the other ones, it doesn't, she doesn't have any kind of cybernetics on her face. Look at this here. You can really see it, I think, here on the gigantic version of Guinevere. So Guinevere has cybernetics there, and also the cyber's stuff going on there. And actually, this one eye also going to be cybernetic. Well, Velfira, for whatever reason, I don't understand Velfer. It's like before, remember every single one fit totally fine. Well, maybe not totally fine, but basically fit in the air fryer. It's been well over a year now, Valfera, since I could last actually stick one of those in the air fryer. Just and it's not like they're gigantic. They don't even weigh anymore. They just for whatever reason, like the legs on them are longer. I don't know. They're taller chickens, Valfera. So yep, Valfera. Actually, Valfera, I think I sent you the Ski Venus sticker idea. Well, yeah, we're gonna have those. I gotta do that after the stream, among other things, is have those at least some of those turned into stickers. Let me do that. Yep. And if you tell all those pictures that I sent you, like of Merlin and of course especially Arthur, you can definitely see the cybernetics there. Even on Morgan Le Fay, her entire neck is all cybernetic there. Let me get you a little bit later there. Okay. So let's give you your. So Camda already had his 75 there, Valkyra. Landrest, I think. Geez, Landrest, didn't you get your 75? You should be. And of course, not AD, but Erdogan wife should also be getting the 75. So Valkyra, like we were talking about on stream, right? If you believe those ads that say for free with one click of a mouse, you can do all this stuff. Then I've got, remember our Venusian ski lodge, right? The 400-mile-an-hour winds, they're going to be very refreshing. And of course, the 900-degree temperatures, the benefit of that, right? You won't have to wear a jacket. Just imagine you can ski and you don't have to wear a jacket. Now, of course, the atmospheric pressure that is the same as sitting on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. Again, but see, that's even better, right? You don't have to worry about altitude sickness. Yeah, Velfera. Think of it, a ski experience and no altitude sickness there, because there's no altitude. Even though you are at altitude, just think of it like you're on top of a mountain, but it's the same atmospheric pressure as if you're sitting on the bottom of the ocean, which means again you're going to be mighty comfy. Don't have to worry about altitude sickness. Let me get some of this darker red right here for under the nose. There we go. Also a little bit more of that on the end of the nose. Let me go back to this. Yeah, there we are. There we are. Not too much red at the end of the nose there. We don't want it to look like Nimue has had a little bit too much of the fire water, in addition to being Lady of the Lake. You know what? Dare I say, I'm gonna try this here. It's close enough to the face and the skin. We did the gold reflection, or the yellow reflection of the hair onto the metal. How's about we try this? Not much, just the look at that. Ah, bingo. Yes, yes, yes. You know what? Let me do a little more. Let me see what happens here. Just a little hint of it there. Okay, so again, the skin tone now reflected on it. This is supposed to be super chromy. How is it not reflecting everything around it? I don't know. You tell me. How is it not reflecting all that stuff? So yeah, Velcro, I'll double check and see if I haven't sent you. I think I have. It may just not have registered as that. But I'll double check. I'll look back. I'll see what I sent you. Might have been sending you pictures of the Celtic goddess stuff there. Well, yeah, I'll double check and send you some stuffs. All I get there's going to be a lot of stickers at Adepticon. Oh, and I was gonna print up because I don't think I'm gonna have time to do the poker chip thing because I think it takes a while for that to actually be produced and sent back here. So what I'm gonna do instead is basically do like Cyberthurian coins because coins, not corns. Well, I guess I could do those too if we cast them as candy. Let's see. Well, that would be true, Valfair. Let's say she had a little pile of chocolate-covered raisins nearby or something like that. That would certainly be true. Let me get a little bit of the light there, and maybe a touch over here. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, we did it on the other side. We didn't do it on this side. All right. And this is not white. There is still actually yellow here. There is still some yellow in that brush. To this down in here. Matt Belfair, that one's been very tricksy because, well, where do you end? That the spider, that one of the most critical elements is that the bottom part of the dress there, where you can really see that it's spider webs. And where exactly do you end that so it doesn't just look like somebody who sawed off at the waist? Like here, right? We have a very convenient way of. Where's our? So kind of like what we did with our Sauron here, right? Where we had the advantage of the plinth. So Velfir, I think I sent you the whatchamacallit, the approval to that. So you should have that approval. I think we got them both like in, oh, I don't remember what day it was, Velfir, but I think we actually got both of them in. So double check. I think we got both of those in because I could swear that you sent in the request. I'm like, ooh, this is great. And then as soon as I could, hit the shear. No, that's a little too light. I'm going to take some of that away. There we go. You know what? Let me take the... Oof, not that much of the umber there. Let's take a little bit of this. Break this down. And I might... Yeah. Actually, the other side was pretty good. It was this side. And now I'm going to try to go a little teensy bit lighter. Take some of this, mix that into here. Is this going to be too... Oh, that's going to be pretty light. Hopefully not too light. Let me try this again. A little bit of a light teal color right here. Nope, that is definitely not too light. Maybe a little more thinner to get that rolling. Bingo. see what we can do. Maybe even underwater here. And again, there, Valfair, congratulations on the retirement there. It means now you can spend endless hours painting. The fact that there's nowhere to paint is just a minor glitch along the way. Geez, Vilfred, maybe I'll have to send you a picture of that thing that we had gotten for Kathy so that she could potentially kind of still be able to do at least a little bit of rudimentary painting on figs, but not have to be at her desk. And basically some clip-on lights on that thing, just like little LED type lights, kind of not all that dissimilar to the ones that I've got here. In fact, it would kind of be like this one, right? See that on the wet palette on the palette cam there? Yeah, it just clips on. It plugs into a USB port if need be. If you don't have a electric cord outlet thing there. Vilfred, I think we'll be able to do a much improved autocorrect bust because what I've learned about making plinths, right? When I was making this was like literally the first bust that I tried to make myself. And I mean, that's very, very simple. So we're going to try to modify this here. I'm also going to try and change the angle of the keyboard, right? So it's not like facing towards you. It's going to be facing towards him. Although I do like this because it's like he's taking over your keyboard. So that's kind of why I sort of kept it that way. But might make a change to that. I mean, I can try it. If we like the original version better, we just stick with the original version. Or it's classic, yeah. It'll be like, was it the classic Coke Valfair? It'll be classic autocorrect monster versus new autocorrect monster. I'm just trying to throw a little something lighter back in there. That is, yeah, we'll have to get that later there too, but we'll wait on that for a sec. Yeah, we're still not even 3 hours in. Look at that. Yeah, we'll go a little later on that down there. This also, this is again not our super light color, but it's definitely lighter. Get some of that here as well. I think I'm gonna try it maybe with what we've got here. We'll put some more of our fast matte white out there. But let me just see what I can do with this much lighter skin tone on the, well, not that much later. We'll just get rid of a bunch of that, and we'll try that again. Still too much thinner on that. Is what it is, no biggie. We'll just do a bit of cleanup on that, and it'll all be fine. Well, look who we just conjured up. Arid, huh? Valfera just had a 75. I was like, well, we're still missing one member of our 75 club. That is Irid Canwife. How you doing there, Irid? So Irid dares to enter our domain. So Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link there? And I know you got your 75th coming up there. Hey, Ganes. So check this out, Irid. It's the first of our Cyberthurians. We painted Nimue in full figure form on the stream yesterday. Now we are doing the bust version right there. So everybody again, please give Erika Canwife a follow. Also in Ganes. So yeah, this is the first of our Cyberthurians here. And this was very, very, very fun. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arity Kenway just shared. And of course, Inganes, why don't you share your stuff in the chat there too? Let's see. So yeah, they're all water lilies, just like on the main piece there, like we were painting yesterday. It really kind of adds a little, what do you say, a little extra dimension, right? Again, to me, the plinth is what can really actually tell more of the story than anything else. Like, okay, here, right, on a quarter of the seven-headed serpent, right there, that kind of tells you a bit of a story, more than just I mean, the guy sitting there on a stick would tell you some story, but not as much as that. Or this, right? That is definitely much more of a story right there. Wouldn't you say? That's fantastic there, Irid. Again, Irid, if you want to, I think you got your 75 there. You should, because Valfera, you had your 75, right, Valfera? And Camda, you had yours. And I'm pretty sure Landras did. So this should be your 75th coming up there. I'm just going to try to, yeah, we need to reorganize this a little. Well, not too dark. Get some of that blue in there as well. Okay, no problem there, Aaron. I know that Camda got 7, and I think you did right, Valfira. You know, I'm going to throw some of this in here. I wasn't initially, but I like this idea of a little bit of the green getting in there, because it's too much of the gold right by the hair, because the hair is in a different spot. So Landress is at 65. Oh yeah, that's it. That could be it, Irid. That could definitely be it. And again, everybody please give Irid a Campbell a follow. Also give Inganes a follow. And I can appreciate the raid there, Irid, as always. I'm going to throw a little more of my light in there. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. Get me a little bit more of my light down here. So Valfira, I am going to try to assemble. I won't probably be able to. I'll be doing that other stuff, the BFG stuff on Monday, but I'm going to try to assemble a ship in Blender there, Valfira, or at least assemble the pieces. Because well, Camda, right? Why would I assemble the whole darn thing? Well, I could assemble it and then kind of, what would you say, disassemble it anyway? Yeah, I'll try to do that. Again, we'll put together something, and then we might even do maybe even a little tutorial on it or something. So again, everybody please give Irdican Wife a follow, also Inganes. Now, Landrist, are you still over at the game castle, or have you headed back to the Casa again? That needs a little. There we go. Okay. Yeah. See that one panel need a little extra light. We're gonna do the same on this one. Same on some. And now that is a little too rough of an edge. We're gonna just make that a little smoother. There we go. Like so. There we go. There it is. A little bit of mini hype train. Here we can right at 70. Thanks for 725. There you go. And Valfira, that was the thing. Remember, I told you, out of desperation, I'm like, they can't understand this. So I went, fine, I'll go into Blender. I will learn Blender in 20 minutes, at least enough to position stuff here. I'm like, if I can do that in 20 minutes, a program that everybody says is so hard to use, if I'm going in there repositioning stuff, rescaling stuff, rotating the camera around so you can see it better, I'm like, if I can do that and you can't figure this out, then there's a lack of confidence, right, Camda? A distinct lack of confidence there. Now, this is a much lighter green for our veggie bits here. Right, we haven't done any lighter green on these guys. It's about time. On our reeds here. We do this. Well, how do you think we create those blood effects there, Camda? Yeah, those are genuine blood effects. That's what gives them that extra bit of realism. Yeah, we call it alkyd medium, right, Camda? Hey, the Ugala, how you doing? Yeah, there was no tutorials. There was nothing. There was just me going, what does this do? What does this do? Which is how we pretty much learned everything, right, Valfira? Pretty much every single step of all this stuff that I've learned is just like, all right, well, oh, that's what happens when you do that? Okay. There. Big difference. Didn't have to do much to make that big difference. Because eventually I want to be able to. Okay, let's say with something where I say, okay, the eyes initially sculpted with the texture in there for the iris and pupils. I want to get rid of that. I want to just be flat, because then we can do whatever expression we want. Yeah, I'm liking this. I'm doubling down on the green here. Liking this a lot up here. Yeah, I'm gonna keep rolling with that. Yep, Velfair, it's like practicing with a series of metal forks that you stick in the outlets until you realize that, oh, you know what? These plastic ones, they're much better for sticking into an outlet. Not quite as shocking. And then, well, then you learn, right? That's through failure is knowledge. I think we might have to get some more of our fast matte white out there, too. You know what? Let me try to. There we go. And I need to catch a little more of the edges back in the hair. Yeah. Ooh, maybe catch a little bit of light here. Light coming down that way, of course. Actually, Valfira, we played a different version of that game. We played lawn dart tennis. Yes, lawn dart tennis is actually very, very fun. It's a little tough on the rackets, but it is definitely a very fun. It's a challenging sport too. I will admit that. I'm gonna take the Mars yellow deep, maybe some of our Indian yellow here. Yeah, like that. I guess you could say it's really more like a combination of archery and badminton, I think, at that point. Let's do some more of that on this side. Same here. I'm actually gonna carry a little bit of that into our metal. Ooh, here, let's do something. That's literally still the primer right there. That is still just the primers. So we take this, basically an indigo, and now we do that. And now we're also going to do this right here. And then we'll come back on the other side, right? Lighten up the other side. We've done that before. I will also darken some of this. Yeah, because we've been making it lighter and then highlights and all that. We need to kind of go a little darker now on some of our little zoomorph carved in stuff here. See you in a bit there, Arid. See you in a bit. Thanks, of course, for the raid. And again, congrats on the 75. Let me rock and roll with some of that. Also here. Yeah, now we're starting to get there. You must have one to have the other, right, right, Valfira? I'm gonna get me a little bit of Prussian blue into that. Let me see what we have here. I'm gonna try to get some much darker turquoise in between some of these guys. I have to lighten up some of these too. Yeah, we haven't messed around with this in quite some time. Probably about an hour and a half, or maybe even 2 hours. Oh no, maybe longer than that. Yeah, well, maybe 2.5 hours. Because now I didn't realize we've been doing this for 3 hours. Hey there, surface tension. How you doing? Surface tension. Why don't you share some fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat there? Well, Arda Michael, congrats on the vehicle. I guess that all worked out. I think we had a little dusting of snow here. Now, is it a Connecticut blizzard there, Arda Michael, where it just takes like an inch or two of to shut down everything on kind of like rural roads, or is it like a 12-inch plus snow kind of blizzard coming? Yeah, let me get you a little. Oh, there we go. Let me try this. Let me try this here. Everybody, check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Now, Surface Tension, I don't think I had a chance to send them to you, but I made those our Venus Ski Lodge stickers, and I just want to send you those because I unfortunately I can't do all of them. And again, some of the designs may not be able to do them because the die cut thing might just take too long before Adepticon to show up. So yeah, Erda Michael, let's see. Wasn't sure, if that means a whole bunch of snow or it's like, nah, okay, 6, 7 inches of snow, maybe blowing snow, whatever. Darken up the bottom of this a little. Surface tension. I have not. I don't remember the last time I laughed, like audibly laughed. I mean, I've maybe chuckled at something over the last, I don't know, year plus or something like that, but I actually I could not stop laughing when I was seeing these. Yeah, so hopefully they also provide a little bit of a chuckle for you too. Other folks may not get as much of a chuckle. It's our own little inside joke, right? Again, I had to get some darker stuff in that channel there, and we'll do all the lighter stuff around the perimeter. Thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. We could use some of that. I mean, we had ourselves a little bit of wind here for a couple of days, 30-ish, 40, something like that. A little bit of a light breeze. So thank you so much, surface tension. Appreciate that. This needs to be. Oh, gee whiz. I didn't think it was going to be that much late. Well, I'm glad we needed that, but gee whiz. I didn't think we were that far away from where we needed to be. Okay. We'll do this. And then we're going to let the all blend together. Yeah. And that's got a little bit of the warmer gray. That's got the cooler gray. We're going to. Where's our. Here it is. Manganese blue hue. Now, Art and Michael, did you share your link in the chat there? Yeah, share some of the stuff that you've been doing in the chat. There we go. Of course, Velfera, if you wanted to share the dragon or anything like that that you've been doing, please go ahead. That's what we needed. We needed that now. What about on this side? Yeah. Let's do that, shall we say, here. And then a little on that side. So there we go. Now we've almost got this ready to roll for this. Let me see if we can make this work. Now this is getting kind of chunky right here. Chunky soup is one thing. Chunky paint is a different thing. Although I have to say, Valfira, what was it? A couple of years ago, people had sent us some of that stuff, just obviously for reasons, and I was like, boy, that's not how I remember it as a kid. And as a kid, it was practically a delicacy, and then as an adult, it was like, whoa, what's this here? That is not what I remember. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Valfira just shared. Valfira, just think about it this way. If I, with all those starship pieces and stuff in Blender, so we could, in theory, print gigantic ships. Kind of like your dragon, right? Each of those pieces was somewhere like between 4 and 7 inches or something, right, of the dragon. And also, too, I might bring this in to do a little chop chop on this, right? So that we could we could print that at 28 mil scale also. Yeah, I could do that. Don't think I won't. Let me get some of this Naples yellow mixed with our Indian red. Landrest, at some point I'll have to snag me some Mars orange. We got to have the complete Mars series, right, Landrest? We literally have, I think, everything except that. I got Mars violet, Mars black, Mars red, Mars yellow deep. I think that's the only one left, right, Landrest? It's the Pokemon of Mars colors, right? Landress, you gotta collect them all. Should we? No, we'll do the dark over there. Ooh, this over here. We got gotta do a little something something back there. I will try some of the skin tone color there. Also here, and then some up here. That's got a little too much of the yellow in there. I don't know. Over there, not so weird because that's more kind of a shadow area there. Oh, gee whiz. Oh, uh, well, actually, Landra, if you do find yourself getting that, and you're gonna do a color chart with it, definitely send me the pictures there because I'm gonna be curious. Mostly because of the Naples yellow. I'm wondering if that could be like the Mars version of Naples yellow there, Landrast. That could be interesting. And Ganes, did you get? I think you had a chance to share your stuff there, right, in Ganes? And everybody, check out the Instagram link again that Val Ferris shared. Arda Michael shared the Insta link there. They were a Brooklyn company, right, Arda Michael? Wasn't that where they got started? They were a Brooklyn-based company. Again, I could be wrong. It's been years now since I last had that one. When I got the very first set of Williamsburg paints, they actually included a Williamsburg brochure showing little elves making the paints by hand. And again, everybody please give Inganes a follow. Inganes also paints and streams with the oil paints. Let me, yeah, catch the edge of this a little bit. Oh, gee whiz, holy smokes, we missed all of this stuff over here. Alright, no problem. No problem. We'll get this right here. We're going to say meow, 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 and get that bowl of thread for Coffee Cat Presents. Hey there, Coffee Cat. How you doing? Coffee Cat dares to enter our domain. Everybody please give Coffee Cat Presents a follow. Look at this. We have our Cyberthurians. Yes, the very first ones that we did here. We have Nimue, Lady of the Lake. Now, yesterday on stream, we did the figure version. Yeah, that was about a 6 hour stream there. Painted with the oils like usual there, Coffee Cat. And again, hopefully you are doing fabulous on this Saturday slash Sunday. Well, no, it's very much Sunday here even too. I've said a little different facial expressions, right? We got to look in two different ways. But there we go. So I'm having a lot of fun again. Now this is the figure version from yesterday, and now we've got the bust version right here. And what was our? Here we go. This was our Thursday stream slash Friday. This was the very first of our shadow boxes. We got ourselves a little bit of Galadriel right there. Very first shadow box. So Coffee Cat, glad that you had some fun playing that game there. Let me try to. I'm gonna try and get me a little more reflected light. Let me try this. Maybe this is just enough. Ooh, that is just enough there. So that panel, we needed kind of a light and then dark. We're gonna go more with the dark on this here. And again, this is a little bit different than some of our more recent things. Where's our? Oh, here's she. Oh, actually, that's our. Oh, here it is. Yeah. So we've been doing a lot of stuff with the white cloth, and you can see here, same thing with the veil, right? You've got the yellow gold hair showing through. So this kind of transition here. You got all the golds up here from the hair, then some violet, more like a skin tone, like you have here, and then it starts to translate into your cyans from the water effects here. This is very handy. Ah, this is seriously, you're gonna use me to be pointing at stuff. That's how it goes. I used to be queen of the Lothlorien, and now I'm just a glorified pointing tool. Boy, that's It didn't take long for Galadriel to fall from Queen of the Elves to just a pointing tool. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Let me get some more of this lighter blue here into our fabric there. Now some more of the green for the leaves, or leafy bits as we like to call them. More there. Maybe a little bit of the green on the stone even. I'm going to take me a little bit of the umber and mix that with our... Nope, a little more of that umber. Oh, nice little, almost like a sap green type color there. Bingo. Yeah, alright. We'll roll with something like that. I'm gonna... let me get that fast matte white out here. Let's do that. We're gonna need it anyways. Get some of this out there. Surface tension. Oh, here. I think I can find this here real quick. 1 second. Oh, here it is. Yeah. Okay. So, a lot of our Arthurian stuff that we're doing is based on paintings that I did years ago, and this is a new painting that I'm going to do, so it's going to be kind of for our updated for our Cyberthurians here. So again, that was the original painting, and you can kind of, where's the figure there? And again, you can kind of see again the origin point, right, for some of the figures there. Again, based on the original paintings. Now we've got our fast matte white out here, and we're gonna really try and go on some of our water lilies here. Let's do that. I might try. I remember I found some of those 16 by 20 canvases. I'm tempted to kind of do that on the canvas there, but I did discover where I had some of those really large illustration boards. So I might do that. Yeah, surface tension. I'll send you the kind of as many of the original Arthurian series as I've got. I was able to. Well, they're kind of blurry because I just took them from the blog. But I think you'll be able to get the idea from them, nevertheless. But yeah, I took the original image and I said, okay, let's get our new imagery into this and kind of retell that story. And I liked it so much, I thought, well, let's paint that again, knowing the things we know now, and also I can tell a whole different story with the very same set of characters and expressions and everything. Now, let me try to really hit. Ooh, that was a little too much of a spot right there. Well, we're going to take that down. Let me use this. Let's just use that and back to our starting point here. Alright, back to this. There we go. This too. And now some of this over here, we need some more reflected light. Get some more of our segments going there. More of our light there, and then we gotta have a bunch of that coming down through here. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. Doji, why don't you share some stuffs in the chat? And Doji, I got a ton of images to send you after the stream. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, I apologize in advance, Doji, for all the images I gotta send you. There will be lots of them. And again, everybody, please check out this the figures that Doji's going to share. Some fabulous oil painted goodness there. Trying to get that little lighter edge along there. Oh, no, we're starting to... here we go. Look at this. Come on. Bam, there we go. Now we're getting the separation we need there. Gonna make a bit of a change with that. Lighten that there, and now some much lighter stuff with the fabric there. Okay. Now we're pretty good up there. I don't want to mess with that too much more. That I need to have later. And also now over here, it's going to be interesting doing this. There. Same on this side over here. And right along that edge. There we go. Oh, yeah. Now let's... whoops. A little further. Little further. There we go. Now we'll try to get some of our lightest light back here as well. This, we got more of these segments in panel. You know, we need to get some more of a reflected light in there too. It just ain't light enough. Not quite light enough. No probs. We'll make it later. There we go. Alright, so yeah. Got light kind of cascading down. You can see there's some of that skin tone, right? This reflecting onto the metal as it should be. Hey there, Bandar. Welcome back. Great to see you there, Bandar. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Yeah, let's do that, okay? Let's get some more of our latest light over here on some of this. That might be a little too late. I'm gonna go. Oh, look at this. We got our fabulous periwinkle there. No, that was too much. Gee whiz. Huge tragedy, right? We just brush it away. And we'll have plenty of printing stuff to do after the stream is over here. Gotta get the next round of prints going after this. Gotta take the stuff that's on the printers off the printers. We got 3 printers to get rolling again here after the stream. Was not able to, with the earlier start time here, there was no way to get those going. We have more Cyberthurian stuff to print out. Well, test prints anyway. I think the Arthur bust, that's one of the things I got to take off the printers. We'll see how that turned out. Here's hoping that worked out well. Some more Diasporic stuff for our Monday stream. So yes, and Doji. Now that I was just telling folks, now that I've been learning Blender, it means, well, what it does mean, it means I'll be able to print out our ships in 28 mil for our Middle Earth War at Sea. Yeah, we'll be able to print those out now in 28 mil because I can take all the pieces and parts. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get that's a little bit over again that sort of periwinkle type color in there. Big old clump on the end of that brush. Let's get rid of that. It's got a little bit more of a blue there, and then a dainty touch of it in a couple places here. Oh, look at that. Here's another one. Yeah. And look at it. We've got multiple color change. We got like a turquoise into kind of a violet, and then into sort of this sort of a tan-ish type color there. Actually, Landras, that's where that Mars yellow light, is that what it's called? Uh, I'll tell you what, that could be like the Mars version of Naples yellow. I'm not kidding. I'm not fooling around. Oh, that sounds really fun. Actually, Bandor, if you want to share some stuff in the chat there, some of your, I don't know if you got oil paint stuff you want to share in the chat, whatevs. That would be cool. Let's see. I think all of the Mars colors are what, a Series 2 Landrast? I'm pretty sure those are Series 2. I'm going to make a little change on that. Now let's try this again here. Hey, there's Sector X. Sector X, same deal. I might be sending you like 50 or 60 pictures of different stuff there, Sector X. Oh, yeah, yeah. There's, I was, every time I try to do an update for you there, Sector X, I'm like, well, that was like 3 hours ago. That might as well have been 3 years ago. The pace of change is more than brisk at this point, Sector X. Oh my goodness. If there's not some shocking new discovery that changes the entire landscape every 2.5 hours, I just feel like I ain't doing it right there, Sector X. Let me catch up. Yeah, there we go. Again, some more of my light right along the edge of that metal there. So I hope, well, I'm sure you're getting about the same kind of sleeps as I am there, Sector X. Oh, hey, actually, Armored Wolf, did you want to share your the dice bag stuff in the chat again there? It's been a little while. Let me move this. Yeah, like that. There's another, another little couple points right here where we gotta get this lightest light. And here's another one. See, it's tricksy because if I do this too light, too heavy, we'll maybe lose out on the skin tone that's reflected on there. I don't want to do that. It's very close to that happening. Maybe no, we don't want to mess with that. I will try to get here on these couple of either pearlescent type thing or stone or something, a little couple extra lights there, right in that one area. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Armored Wolf just shared. Again, a super fabulous dice bags. Really amazing stuff. All things leather. Some incredible leather tooling, and then check out the metal work as well. Now, I'm going to do something here. I'll roll with the phthalo green. We're going to get a little bit of this in here. Let me see what happens with this. Boy, that's going to get thinned down a little more. And there we go. Okay, that is kind of doing what I was hoping. Yeah, it's kind of changing that a little bit from just the golds there. Nice to see you there, Chiron. How you doing? Happy Sunday there, Chiron. Bingo. Oh, yeah, and this needs a bit of a change. We're going to have to darken that. Woof. I was like, almost went into some sap green instead of our turquoise. Well, okay, that's better. Wow, that would have been interesting. That would not have been a bueno right there. Let me get get a little bit of my radiant green here. Sorry about the voice. It is pretty much shot after all the streams and other conversations. Ooh, these need to be a whole bunch lighter here. Oh, wow, let's look at this. Let's get these. Bunch of lighter stuff we need to do over here. Alright, let me get some of the fast matte white now into that. Here. Couple more of these now on the sleeve. Some more on the sleeve right in there. Let's do this here. Also that. More, is that getting to be... Alright, I'm going to go back a little bit more to some skin tone there. That might just, yeah, that was going to be a little too much like these little dots on the end there. Got to get some more tinges happening. Maybe, ooh, that's what we need. Let's try this. Yeah, because we had the kind of that rose red that we had. Now we're going to get a little bit of the, dare I say, almost like a greenish color in here, because, well, we got all this. We're going to try and reflect up here now. Oh, I'm going to try to not have all that junk in the brush. Let's get rid of some of that. Try this again. Ah, there we are. There we go. I might also throw a little light here. Now, get these. We're going to put some water over the top of this. We'll just use the, that kind of the flash cure resin stuff. Essentially break out the 405 light, hit it with that. That'll be easy enough. Easy enough to do it that way. A little. Okay, yeah, now that sort of matches what we did with the other one. And I just wanted to reinforce the little highlight on the eye there. I think that's what we needed to do. This also a little. Getting a hint of some skin tone there. To extend that and soften that. Just ever so slightly there. Nope, that would be way too light over there. Let's back away. Let's do this. And we will lighten you up as well. there. Okay, good. And some up there. Now, I will try to lighten up the little bit here underneath the chin. Actually, no, that's pretty light there. Never mind. So we've already then lightened that as much as we really should. Hey there, Rottweiler. Well, have a good night there, Rottweiler. And again, well, I'll just say good luck there. I mean, obviously, that's probably cursing you by saying that. But see you later there, Rottweiler. And again, it's going to be different than our full figure version that we did on the last stream. Because again, with the water here, it kind of interrupts that. So we didn't get a chance to do all of the fabric, but we still have that similar transition right from the cyan into kind of more the violet, and then into the more the golds at the top of her head where the veil is here. Now when we get into some of our other Cyberthurians there, we're going to have some fun because we're talking about like glowing eyes, that sort of thing. Where is oh, here's the mega version, and here's the mega version of Guinevere. But again, much more of the cybernetics here, there, and then also a cybernetic eye on that side, then a regular eye over on this side. Boy, that's going to be super, super fun. I also have a small version of that. Yeah, this. I have just the giant version. Where's our smaller version of that? It's around somewheres. More of this lighter skin tone. Gonna go there. The thumb here. Ends of the fingers there. And look at it, we're still not even 4 hours in on this yet. 3 hours 42 minutes ago, this was just some dark brown primer. That's it. Dark brown primer, just some Stynylrez. Stynylrez Ebony Flesh Primer. I'm going to try, there we go. On a little bit there. Again, these splints, that was well, this is another one of my homemade things right here. It actually has a hole in the bottom of it for a magnet, again, strong enough to rip the iron out of your blood, right there. There's some really big, gigantic, powerful magnets go in there. I mean, this is one of the smaller ones right here. Now what? No, we won't do that. I was thinking about doing a little bit more of the. Let me try some of this skin tone highlight down here. Is nice. Do that now. Do I need? Oh, I already did that on that set. Okay, never mind. Already did that part. Back to some of our. Here, I'm gonna take the and the Prussian blue, the well, basically coal black instead of Mars black, and we're gonna try to do a couple little edge sharpenings here now. That white's had a chance to set for a bit. There we go. So let's see, in this panel right here, we're going to do this. It sharpens up the top, because we're not doing lines, right? We want to do shapes here. But I needed to be patient here. If I just kind of went straight on into doing this. There we go. So again, some panel lines in there. So everybody check out that Instagram link that Rottweiler just shared. Everybody give Rottweiler a follow. You know what? That is also a little too rounded. We're going to try and sharpen that up. And then up here, I might even extend, yeah, extend that dark there. And now let's bring it all the way down and here. Down here. There's another thing, again, that's going to need a little bit of that. Again, there's a shape there now. It's got a harder edge, and edge contrast. Well, we got soft edges galore, right? Fabric, soft edges. Over here on the metals, what do we need? We need sharp edges. Sharp edges for sure. That also have shape to them. It's not enough just chuck in a line there. So this right here, that's not a line. That's actually integrated into the rest of the darker stuff there. Now with some of these, I was hoping to actually do a little bit of a glowing. Actually, this too is a little too dark. I will take some of this. Oof, okay, it's a little bit of the darker stuff on the brush than I thought too. So we're doing that now. Let's make this lighter. Fine, I'll use this. Doesn't matter. Touch of that in there. Where is my? There it is. Let's make that very light, as light as we can anyway. Breaking that down some more. Looks good. Same thing again here. We got more panel lines that we're going to try to emphasize. Nope, try this again. See you later, Doji. Have yourself a fabulous day. I know it's lots of work there, but hopefully, kind of get through that patch soon enough, and then back into painting and maybe building some terrain with your assistant over there. I'm sure you'll enjoy that a bunch. I'm sure he does too. Also, let me try some of that. Some of that here. Ooh, yeah, I'm gonna get a little more light in the fabric. What the heck? Let's do that. Little more light in the fabric here. End of the. This needs some too over here. I just see that. Alright, see you later there. Surface tension again. Lots of fun stuff to show you there. So have a good one. Touch more light there. Now let me see with our water. No. First I'm gonna take our maybe a little bit of the yellow into that. Okay, fine. I need to get more thinner in here too. Let me try some of this in the top parts of our water lilies here. That. Actually, let me change that to something more of a green. Just change that around. Makes a little more sense now. Where's that nifty little, almost like sap green color? And there we go. So change is achieved. Yeah, it was looking a little odd for those to not be, to not actually be the leaves, and instead trying to make petals there. That did not make a whole bunch of sense. No, hopefully it does. Again, to break this down some more. Like that, and some more here. Bit more of that. There we go. A little lighter down here. Again, we got this fabric here. Ooh, how's about some lighter highlights on our green? Man, that's what we're missing here. We did it on the other reeds. I don't think we did it on these. Although we'll look around the other side just to make sure. But yeah, I think I just forgot to get the latest light here. Oh, we probably had a raid. That's it. Yeah. So Michael, when does said blizzard supposed to begin here? Or is it already well, I mean, we're talking, midweek or something like that. I would imagine that the vehicle's not being delivered tomorrow. How, yeah, we got that there, a little bit later there. Now, what did we, oh, we gotta get these later. Gee whiz. Yeah, these still gotta be later here too, but yeah, let's get those petals there too. Ah, yeah, these definitely needed the lighter green here. No problem. It is still so freaky to see these here and think that, oh yeah, I took some of the Make It Epic reeds and just stuck them on there. No, those are my reeds right there. Those aren't somebody else's, those are my reeds. So over here to these petals now, and I might actually throw a little bit of the Naples yellow in with that white. A little bit like what we did on the other side with the petals here. Now on the underside, right, we would prefer that to have almost more of a turquoise or bluish look to it, because it's facing towards essentially the water here. Is it like the one? Oh gosh, remember it was going to be 2 inches to 50 inches or something. Yeah, that was. I remember that one. That was a couple weeks ago, right, Michael? And it was very precise. And of course, sea surface tension just left. What was the only forecast that we trust? We only trust the Canada geese. They're the only accurate forecasting tool. Originally biodrones created by the ancient Welshlandians, which then, for whatever reason, they lost control of them. They escaped to Canada, and they have now become the most reliable source of weather information in North America. Forget the computers, forget the satellites. Trust in the geese. Michael, was that 2021 or 2020 when you had it was it was like snowing almost at a rate of 5 inches an hour or something, like 3 inches an hour. I don't know if it was 2020 or 2021 when that happened to you. Let me try to, yeah. We'll lighten this up here too. We've had a very mediocre winter here so far with only, I think it's, well, ironically enough, Midway leads the entire city in the entire region in snow. 18 inches or something, which is hilarious. Again, given that no lake effect snow has really reached here. There we go. See a little extra hint of light on the top there. Let me get that little touch of light on the top of this here. Yeah. More the edge of the veil. And then lighten that up too. Now what I'm also going to try to do, let's see if this is going to work here. Nope, that's too late. Let's back away from that. Let's try this first. And see how this works again for a little bit of filigree. Teensy little bit of filigree. Not a whole bunch, just thin that down some more. Come on. Try a little bit of that down here. We've got some of the darker stuff behind it. That makes sense to again try to do more of a little a filigree pattern in there. Unless it doesn't really translate, and then we just say, nah, we'll just simplify it. Now this would be printed out larger or something like that, then maybe we do a bit more of it. Artemico, I would say just do the work now. Do the work while you know what you got. If it goes out later, then it's like, okay, I can't do any work. Well, I might as well just sleep then. So yeah, do the work now. You'll be super tired, but whatever, right? Sometimes the work just has to get done. You sense the theme, right, Artemico? Whenever that question gets asked, it's like work or sleep. I wonder what he's gonna suggest. Let me lighten you up a bit more there. Okay. And again, we are right around the 4-hour mark, it looks like now. Looks like, yeah. This needs to be a little lighter here. We got a bunch of dark there. Nope, not that light. Let me try this. There we go. Some more of that here. Each of these kind of individual panels also needs its almost like its own little light to dark gradient there. Somehow gotta get a hint of reflected light there. Now I guess let me see if this is gonna be dark enough. It might just be a little bit of a Prussian blue in there. I got like a little mini light dark light happening over there. I will see if I can't on the pupil. I'm gonna try to extend this dark a teensy bit. There we go. Okay, that's gonna give me a little more emotion there. Try to darken you up. Let's carry that a little further forward if possible. Not make this too dark, but we need some more dark there. So that right there. Nice. Now let's maybe go with this umber here. Let's try this. So the hair, trying to separate the hair from the veil a little. Okay. And now over here, we need some separation over here too. Down we go, and then another separation there. Okay, I think that might have just done it. So I spy with my little eye. Somewhere I need some, maybe some turquoise, a little bit of our magenta mixed in. That's still a little bit of a roughness there from the very early stages. I'm gonna maybe lighten this up a little more. Let me try this here. See what happens. To lighten that up. Oh, that was going to be too late. Okay, going back away to this, which we're just using on the chin. To hit a little bit of the light. And there's one key area there. Okay. Now, some more of it under here. And then, might even kind of double down a little more on the skin tone reflecting on this. It actually is a, yeah, see that, a little bit of skin tone. You got some of the sky blue. Then over here, yeah. So yeah, recoil on both of them because I can actually sculpt it a little bit. Now, you can't see it on the Golem one here. This doesn't have any sculpted water, so there's no ripple sculpted on there, but you can clearly see there's a, again, kind of a water effect there. We're going to put it here. It's going to go here, and then it's going to be a kind of, because you can't see it in the pictures, they're too small, but there's actually, like here, the water's actually flowing down over, and then I'm going to have that here, and then of course we're doing the same thing on this, especially this one, because see where all these ripples are here? Yeah, I'm going to try to actually sculpt the water, and I'm using the 405 flashlight and the flash cure stuff, and basically a paper clip, kind of move it around a little bit, flash cure it again, do another little mini wave, flash cure it again, taking the some of the umber in our chromium oxide green. That will go into here. It's sort of, well, we talk about those texture differences, right? Kind of like the weathering powders on the thing, and then even here. See where we've got the flock and such there? It adds a little bit of extra texture to that. And then, well, again, here with our, between the weathering powders right out here and then the blood effects over there, again, that's like an extra layer of textures. We got that here too. Right, and our new anti-guy. So those weathering powders, again, it's a little different texture than what you're seeing with the rest of the paint because it is so ultra matte. Doing this. Ooh, here's another. Yeah, we got kind of this. There should be at least one extra segment. There we go. Like there was something missing here that we didn't quite do, and that was one of them. We need to get that little extra segment there. Recoil. Oh, do you remember the one? I don't think I have a picture of it here. It's the one with the moonlight reflection. Yeah, it looks really, really deep, but it's actually, I mean, it's maybe an eighth of an inch thick at most. There's been a couple of them, yeah, where the water effect was designed to look like it's this really deep thing. It's like a half an inch or an inch deep, and it's only a fraction of an inch deep. So that again, that actually has a warm green in it right there. I like the idea of trying to sneak a little bit of our gold here. Let me try this. So we'll start with the Mars Yellow Deep because of the opacity here. Then I'll take some of the Indian Yellow and Indian Red. We will combine those. Yeah, okay, there we go. And I wanted to do that in a couple of spots over here. Maybe try this one too. Let me break that down a little bit. Probably should have had some thinner just sitting on this. Well, Hansa yellow in effect, but that's Windsor yellow. So Windsor yellow, Hansa yellow, they're basically the same thing. Just like Windsor red, Fanchon red, and Naphtho are all the same. There's a slight difference between them, different companies and such, whatever, but they are essentially the same colors. So sometimes it's okay, you see a name of something and you think, well, that must be a very different color. It's well, maybe it's just the same thing with a different name. So yeah, that's got a little. Ooh, I like that little touch of the gold in there. Little touch of it, not much. A little hint of it. I was going to try that over here as well. Down by the seam where the wrist and the hand come together. I will try to, oh yeah, let me get that little bit of lighter gold up in there. Now back over here. Now that we've done a bunch of that with the greens and such over here on this little bit of trim. Trying to get some of our really kind of a light yellowish thing going on here, almost like a pearlescent sort of thing happening maybe. Don't want that to get too light there. I'll have to just come back the other way with something darker. Let's try this. Yeah, I just had to do a little bit of cleanup there. Is what it is. Darker, how much darker? Kind of greenish brown here. Once again. Under each of those. Don't think I want to do any more on the eyebrows there. I think we should leave those alone. Here, let me get back to the umber here. much of our dark there. Also, here, come on, around this thing, yeah. And then also here in this. So Bandar, since I'm using the, well, in this case, since I'm using the Alkyd version of it, that will not be the case. But there was, there was the Zygamores. Yeah, I was using the Naples Yellow, standard Naples Yellow. Well, guess what? That elevated the cure times. Just like Williamsburg, Indian Yellow, Williamsburg, Dioxazine Violet. Those are some of the slowest drying. I mean, outside of cadmiums, they are some of the slowest drying colors. And well, that's why we got only the Alkyds out here in the lead up to Adepticon. Any kind of lighter opaque color, right, automatically. I mean, it's just gonna be. It's bound to be a slower drying color. If it's opaque and it's lighter, it is bound to be. Even if it's not a cadmium. There's some exceptions to that. Well, that would actually be some of your fabulous Mars colors. Yes, they are opaque, but they're not necessarily super slow dry. They're definitely not super slow drying. They don't necessarily dry as fast as maybe alkyds, but certainly faster. Actually, if you check out Bandar on the Dick Blick website, and this is where we learned about, was that Perlene Black that used to be a printer's ink for the longest time. If you go check out Dick Blick, it'll give you not just what the pigments are in there, but a little bit of the history behind some of it, and some of what you can expect when it comes to, say, opacity. Some of what you can expect when it comes to, well, a little bit of drying time too. So that's what we've been extolling the virtues of the Mars color. There's a whole line of them. Actually, I've got one video. Oh, was it a bust or something? Where all we use basically, okay, we use maybe the white or something like that, but it was mostly the Mars colors. So it was Mars Black, Mars Violet, Mars Yellow Deep, Mars Red, and what was the other? Again, another one of the Mars colors. And we did an entire bust. Obviously, it was an emphasis on the skin tones, but still. Catch a little, yeah, some light on the edge of that here. Some there. Put a little bit of this warmer stuff down over here. Yeah. How's about on this side of the sword? Yeah. We just can't have all that, just a whole bunch of dark there. We gotta have some kind of middle tone, especially if it's going to be reflecting any light from said stone. I might try to paint in some cracks there. Might not. We'll see how that goes. Nice to see you there, Sea Dragon. Happy Sunday and all that. So, Sea Dragon, look at this. We've been having a whole bunch of fun here. A whole bunch of fun on the bust version of Nimue here. Where are we at? We're over here. Another bit of our light right in there. And Yeah. We'll lighten up a little bit of the highlights on the top of our reeds here. That's been really fun here at Sea Dragon to see the bust version play out. And well, we get to do this something like this again next Friday, Saturday, because I'll be doing that Bridget sculpt. So we'll do the 72 mil fig or 75 mil fig on the Friday stream, and then Saturday we'll do the bust version. Yeah, get some of my lighter, warmer green in there. Maybe a touch of it on our cloth here. So let's see how these two look together here. Yeah, I was able to get a little bit more of that cloth transition color than I thought. I was thinking, the stone was really going to alter this, but since I changed that more to a water effect there, it actually gave me more chance to do that. And of course, they're both basically looking in two completely different directions there. So yep, Bandera, that's what we've been showing over the last few streams there. This is or Cyber Gandalf as we'll call him. There's our Merlin. We've got Arthur. We got Lancelot. Unfortunately, the smaller version of these, I don't have them easily available. But there's our that is our Morgan Le Fay, and then over here we've got our. This is going to be super fun because the one eye here, that's going to be a cyber eye. We got all kinds of cybernetics on Guinevere there. I also have the Green Man, not the Green Knight. Sorry, not the Green Man, the Green Knight. That is probably the one that I will be doing a test print of tonight into tomorrow. Uh, I didn't get a chance to take it off of the printer, but we did do a test of the Arthur bust. We'll see how he looks. Tomorrow is going to be testing the Lancelot and again Green Knight figure slash busts. I've also tried working on a Percival and a Gawain because I did flats of those, and especially the Gawain, I thought that could be interesting, especially with essentially like cyber angelic wings. And no, that was Galahad. Never mind. Gawain, that was a different one. Galahad. That's it. Yeah. It's been a little. It's 4 hours, almost 4.5 hours into the stream now. More of our light on the edge of these. Yes, indeed. And again, it's working from artwork that I did years ago. Actually, artwork that I used to have at a Renaissance fair. Yeah, that would have been a perfect thing to have up at Bristol, right, Sea Dragon? Well, well, no, they would have at that time. They would have gotten mad. They would not have like they wanted just straight up Arthurian. Check that. I don't think they would have liked that at Bristol. What was it? 98 and 99 had the shop there. And again, that's where it was some of the Celtic drums as well. Come on, there we go. So there will be, and also too, the Celtic Goddess series, once again, based on my paintings. I already have, again, this is what we'll be doing next. So Friday we'll paint up this. Bridget, the Goddess of the Harvest, and then we've got the bust version of that we will paint on Saturday. No, that would be too late there. Let's do a little bit of that on the hair, right over here. Like so. Now, those are paintings that I did a long time ago, and some of them have literally not seen the light of day in quite some time. No, nope, I'm gonna refresh that brush there. Ah, that sounds fantastic there, Bandar. Try to, let me, no, no. Instead of like, I'm gonna, here, let me go back with the dark, because I can actually do the much thinner lines with that. And I kind of need that right here. Right, and I think we got that is about as tight as we can. I'm gonna try to get back to my blue, well, the manganese blue hue anyways. I might actually try a little bit of the sky blue in that too. Let me see what happens with this. Well, minus that chunk of stuff on the brush there. Yeah, something like that. And now another set of line. Now that we've got this in here, I'm gonna have that come down like so. Another. Nah, I don't want to do that one. Let's try this right. Let's try this right here. Teensy bit more. And then the tiniest bit of light on the top of that. Oh, I guess we still have some of our fast matte white there. Now, thanks, Sea Dragon. Let me drop a little something lighter there. No, that was too much. We took out too much of my, too much of the skin tone reflection there. Let's bring that back. There you go. No harm, no foul. And again, a lot of it based on, I think we have it. Here we go. Yeah. So there's some of the original. It's right there. And again, you can kind of see how we're adapting those to the more Saber type universe. You can even recognize the pose of this figure was very much based on that painting, but obviously gave it more the cybernetics, and it had to be, well, independent, right? So it wasn't just in the water. But that's kind of where things have developed from. Let me get a little more of my fast matte white out here. I'm just going to throw a little bit of this out here. The one painting I never got a chance to do, so the sculpts and everything, that's going to be based off of just the line drawing, because I never got to do the painting of Mordred. But even the Lady of Shalott bust and figure, those are based on, well, I did a painting of the Lady of Shalott. Oh, big old clump on the end of that brush. Let's get rid of that. Now we're talking. Welcome back to Arid. If you wanted to share the Pinterest link one more time there, why don't you do that? Now that you're back, we hit some more of that right there. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irdicanwave just shared. Everybody please give Irdicanwave a follow as well. Ah, these guys. No, 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 that would be too late. Let me back off here too. Again, that's got a little bit of our seafoam green in it. Let me refresh that a little. There we go. That would be too light all the way down here. We need a little something more than what we got here, but not that light of a way. That would have been too much. There we go. We're kind of good over there. We got a couple of these that should be lighter. And now over here, same deal with that. Now back to the white again. Because we got that setting there, and now we need our little gemstone highlight there. We'll do these guys like you do. Maybe that's a little lighter. That are a little too expansive. We're gonna cut some of that away, which we always do like that. There we are. That's good. That gets the job done. I know folks were asking about the green man. Well, Kathy did a gigantic green man drawing. And what I was going to do is I was going to try to somehow make a flat of that or some kind of bas relief. It is super gigantic. So that we'll see how we can make that happen. Ah, there we go. Yeah, you need a little something more there. Now, one more shot of Prussian blue, at least. Maybe a little bit of that. More is back again, trying to make almost like a bit of an indigo, and then we will do this here. So we have that bit of dark, and then it's going to get really narrow up there, and then it's going to turn into a little band. So you have darker stuff right there, and that again, probably reflecting her. That would be her reflected onto the story blade, which is why we don't have that over here. That's on this side again, because potentially that reflection there represents the figure. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. Our next tutorial, I'll be filming that later today. We're going to be filming our shadow box here. We'll talk a little bit how this was created, and then we'll paint up that Arwen and Elrond. And again, all of these figures here, they're figures that I made because I wanted to customize them to the tutorials. So instead of the other way around, where it's like, okay, we find a figure and then we create a tutorial around it. Now we're totally reversing that. Now okay, here's a tutorial. We need a figure to do that tutorial with. Yeah, much like the well, even this one here is another. If we were to do this in a painting bust tutorial, well, it would be the translucent fabric, yes. All the metals, to the shiny metal reflections, that sort of thing, and all the way down to the water effects, of course, which we're going to add after all the paint dries here. I wonder. Try to sneak a little bit more of the turquoise into there. Yep, just need a little bit more of it there. This, the darker green, crept down a little bit too far. We will take some of. No, that's going to be way too liquid. Probably a little too dark. I mean, no, actually, I'm going to go back to that level of dark. Yeah, there we are. The darker green on the underside. I got a little happy there. Now we got that equalized. I would also. I'm going to take some of this. No, Mars a little deep too. It it looks fairly chaotic, right, Camda? It's always I'll see these like these Instagram or whatever vids, right, Camda, with all the neat little things that paint all precise and everything, and then well, that's why we turn everything into a monster truck rally, right, Camda? That's what we do. Yes, indeed. I'm gonna get me some more of the. Oh, look at that! Start to enhance. Get some of our yellow there because well, the hair right is gonna. That's gonna have a big influence on the translucent veil, is it not? So, oh, geez, okay. I was gonna say, well, we must be getting close to 4.5. No, we're over 4.5 hours now. So that's just tinting right there. That is a semi-opaque, another one of those semi-opaque glazes that was not done in a glazy fashion, right? That was done by, for all intents and purposes, I was just dry brushing a slightly darker but more intense, but also translucent color over the top. You know what? I got to do this. Here, where's that violet stuff? Oh, is that going to be too late? So I'm going to move it out to there. That might just work. Yep, that was the little bit of reflected light we needed there too. Now, thanks Camda. I just after so many other miniatures, right, where the fabric does not even remotely resemble fabric and folds. It's like, what do you mean folds? They're like barely ripples, much less folds in fabric. But I mean that really follows. It's like it's seriously cascading down off of this stone edge here. I mean, when I compare it to how the average figure looks or something like that, Camda, again, we're getting spoiled. We're getting massively spoiled. I'm gonna try. Oh yeah, here we go. Look, part of the metal right next to that veil ambient. Later, we are going to really try to get a reflection right in there. Here too. That's another thing, Camda. Again, a lot of time here just looks like we just call it a hair helmet. Looks like something that you would just wear on a construction site. There's not a lot of float to it, to say the least, right, Camda? I will go with a bit of a warmer gray right in there. Yeah. also try to sneak in a little bit of light or something on the fabric on the interior. Now these interiors here, if you really got your heart set on doing a whole bunch of painting back there, I mean you could just at the very start, okay, you take your airbrush and you shoot a little bit of lighter primer back there or something. I don't know. If you really, 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 really want to have some kind of lighter color way back in there where nobody can see stuff, and where you probably don't want to be calling a whole lot of attention to something like in the distant background there, when you'd want the attention to be on all this stuff out here, right? So I just I put a little bit right in. You can see there's a little touch of lighter color down in the fabric, way in the back, and that's it. That's all. What? Okay, let's. There we go. Cam, if you want to share some old painted stuff there in the chat, so people can see what you're doing. Again, Camda paints with the oils and also does the streaming thing too. We'll try to lighten this up just a little bit as it goes all the way down to that water's edge and then reflects maybe a little more into the water there. You too. Maybe try to a little more light onto that. Yeah, and here as well. What about this? Still got that little bit of green showing up in there, which is good. Huh, I guess I can make that a little lighter. Also, I'm gonna put a little of that on the top side. There we go. Okay. Lighten you up, and now back to. Let me try the sky blue here. Let me see what happens with this. Nope, that would be too dark. Let me try this somewhere in between. That is what I needed there. Maybe even a little lighter of our blue that extends from that. Tempted to go. Well, let's try it. Now it's gonna also have a little bit of a bluishness to it, because well, it's skin tone reflecting onto the onto the metal, which already has kind of a bluish gray tint. That is about as much as I can do there. Yep. Under here, let's do a little bit of cleanup, shall we? Because that's a little raggedy back there. Let's clean that up a bit. Almost a bit of a grayish skin tone there. Maybe even a little bit of it here. Oh, I'm maybe gonna do me a little bit more of that here. So it continues this up into here. Oh yeah, see, you can really see that kind of bluish violet gray. Right, continuing the arm up into, yeah, let's do that. So So yeah, next our next stream on Monday is we'll be doing Battlefleet Gothic stuff. More of the Diasporix, which will start out in the same way we've been doing all the other ones. We will begin with the bases, and then once the bases are done, we take we'll start doing our lighter driver stuff on the ships, which then turns into the mid-tones. Okay, yeah, I got that a little bit more of a ridge coat. I'm going to try and make you a little lighter here, too. Where's just more of the actual skin color? Is this nope, that's all frayed. Let's get a little bit of a little bit of our Naples yellow mixed with our red there. Yeah, okay. I was all looking way too dark right there. Yeah, it's difficult with that necklace kind of intersecting right where this normal light would be. Working out there, okay. I think we've got it. Yeah, let's do that. One touch later. I got my white over here. Dare we do this here? I think we needed to. Yes, we did. Also, if I'm doing that, I'm gonna lighten that little bit of the skin reflection on that too. Ever so slight bit of light on the chin there to reflect. Yeah, okay. Now over on that side, we can't do anything anywhere near that light. Well, let's take some of the stuff we had before, lighten it up a tiny bit. That's about all we can do. We don't want to do that too much. We take that. So actually, a little light that continues on. That's actually turns into a bit of a skin tone color right there. No, that would have been too late. I'm gonna retreat to our Mars red there. Okay, now back to here with the last of my fast matte white here. Let me see if we can really well maybe a little bit less of that. Not quite that much fast matte white. Yep, the last bit on the petals here of our water lilies. More of it here and then some over there. We got it there. Good to go there. Maybe a touch lighter on that petal. There. Oh yeah, let's get these guys a little lighter there. Now I know there's these over here. Yeah. Oh geez, we can really get those lighter. Yes, indeed. As we'll air it, hopefully No unauthorized visits by the Easter Bunny, at least today. And that's kind of what we've been saying lately, right? Here it is like, okay, at least if we got through today with no visits from the Easter bunnies, we'll take it. I'll lighten you up some there. Well, thank goodness for small favors, right, Aaron? Yeah, we're getting a little bit of light in there. Nice. All the way down, and then there, a little more light. Now I will, in our water, I'm going to take some of this. Is that going to be, no, that's too late. Also, I want more of a turquoise look. That's it, that's it. If we're doing the water effects out here, we might as well have a little something. The main stuff is over there, especially where we have these flowers to reflect. Let's do those. Let's get those reflected down in here. Back to the turquoise. Also, yes, I'm not quite as light. Okay, yeah, I mean, you can see it kind of continues, right? What's going on up there is now going on down. That's kind of like a multi-level waterscape. That's good because, again, we're going to have a waterfall effect that's coming down over here where the arm is and then down there. Now, the waterfall effect, that's going to be made differently. That's kind of how we do some of our icicle stuff. I have actually a tutorial video on waterfalls. You basically take I don't know, like a throwaway Tupperware lid, something like that, some kind of piece of plastic, even if it's just like a blister pack kind of thing. You take your heavy gloss gel and you just brush out some of it in like a long sheet, basically. Make sure there's plenty of texture on it. Then you let that cure, maybe overnight, maybe even a couple of days, depending on how thick you made it. And then it actually has some stickiness to it, and it'll actually stick here. And you basically you're attaching a little water, there's a little shelf of water that's coming down. Which is why, whoops, not quite right there. Anticipating that, we're going to try to have some motion here. Because we'll have the ripples of water emerge from, again, where the waterfall is going to be right about here. Just one extra layer of effects, right? One extra layer of effects. And then you can see those ripples will kind of carry back around to either side. Here it kind of works with the curvature of our plinth has a plinth. Yes, our secondary plinth. I've just kind of been doing that with more of the buster. Again, I even did it with the with our Cyber Merlin. Part of it is to, I mean, look at that. We're going to get a big old magnet in there. I mean, that magnet is like an inch and an eighth. It's the size of a miniature or a regular miniature there. There's no way. Oh, well, maybe here I can try to give you a little hint there. That's the size of the magnet that's going on. I mean, look how big this buzz. Look at the size of that magnet there. This here, and then again trying to manufacture some ripples in the water here. Look at that. And that's going to be, again, emerging from the waterfall. It's going to come right down here. And then hit on this section here. That would anticipate, well, I'll try to have that on here, of course, before the Friday stream. Probably not the Monday stream. Mostly because I'll be too busy doing other stuff. And of course, we'll hit this with our blackest black, like always. That really makes a big old difference. It's really surprising the difference that it makes. I'm actually going to maybe get a little lighter here, because that will represent kind of the churn of the water there, right? Alright, so again, that is going to represent water rippling away from that. Much more of that light, and some of our ripples, they're not, again, not too far. I might go the other way. Let's work the other way. Let's get some of our Prussian blue in here. So a little darker. Yeah, I forgot all about the little cascade of water. Basically, like sticking the arm in there, and then whoosh, over comes the water. That's going to be a combo again of the our water effects material that we use with the the flash curing stuff, and then of course our heavy gloss gel. Got to use the gloss gel. Well, I'm not. Yeah, I'll probably use the gloss gel first to make the waterfall. Yeah, and I could always put the gloss gel over the top of the other water effect too. Nothing says you can't do that. More of our dark and soften that up a bit more too. Right there. Look at that. I don't think we need to really make that too much darker. There, now you can see it. You can really see there's a little bit of the shiny stuff happening, kind of getting in the way of that. Trying to do a bit more here. That was a weird little dot right there. Now I'm gonna try to reflect a little bit of our green into the water, maybe here. Now a little bit more of this lighter stuff into the water. Not too much. Definitely not too much. Yeah, it's getting a little too late. We will take that down just a smidge like we do. There we go. And now as we approach the 5-hour mark here, we got a bunch of stuff we want to do. Well, like eat. That would be good. So why don't we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all of the moderations. Fastest moderator on the Twitches there. I'll also say thanks for all the bits and the subs, follows, cheers, and raids. We had some raids as well. The very first of our Cyberthurians. We've got more. There is a whole universe of Cyberthurians that is on the way. Yes, get ready for that. So thanks, Garrett. Thank you so much, Camden. And again, thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations. Appreciate that. So yeah, Camda. That's actually it's one of the stickers that I made for Adepticon, and I just thought, what the heck? I mean, I have it. I might as well take the picture and then bring it in and animate it too, because very fun stuff, right? So again, thanks to everybody. We're gonna see here. Let me see. I might just try this too. Let me try
Hello,
something
little
here.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much. Unremarkably average. So she's also gonna get water effects. I didn't even have arms on my bus. It's like, dude, you really do complain a lot. Also, you smell weird. Okay, it's the pipe weed. What can I say? Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Unremarkably average. One more. Gandalf 6. Can we get a 6? And ooh, it was close. We kept creeping closer and closer to the 6. But thank you so much. Unremarkably average. Oh, geez, Valfera. Gee, well, hey Valfera. Let's do this. Do the honors, Valfera, one more time. Do it. You know what we're talking about. You know of what we speak. Yes, do one more. Do one more of those before you pass out. Because I think it would be neat to see. Alright, here we go. Watch what happens. What the Wraith version of Nimue, right? Look at this. I mean, it's not like it looks totally boring. There's still some shading there, but boy, it sure doesn't quite look the same, does it? And again, here too, right? No problem there, Bandar. Again, good luck getting everything done. Well, for all of us, right, Bandar, that are trying to get stuff ready for that. Again, look at this here. And then look at that. Now, one more time. Let's grab the figure here. As, as we welcome in Rude Raccoon. Geez, Raccoon, I didn't think you were streaming anymore. Hey there, Rude Raccoon. So check the Raccoon. I was just about to do. Actually, I was gonna raid you, but you've been streaming for almost 10 hours there. So Rude, was that a stream anniversary there? Because I saw you had streamed almost about 10 hours. So everybody, please give Rude Raccoon a follow. Now, Rude, you saw this last night. Check this out. So you saw this. Now looky here. Now we have the bus version. Now, of course, they're looking two different ways. It's two different poses. We did make a change in the middle. I said, you know what? I'm gonna have a waterfall coming down here, and we turned all this into more like water. So I'm gonna be adding water effects to all this. Yeah, Bandar. They took away. Basically, it's nothing but whatchamacallit. It's nothing but creature caster, right, Bandar? I mean, there's like one other thing, but it's basically just creature caster now. I actually have my unit ready for that. I got to start doing some other stuff. So thanks, Rude. Again, a little bit of a difference here because we had the plinths, right? So we could kind of utilize the plinth for certain elements. Here, we didn't quite have the plinth. We didn't want a solid wall back there, so it went more obvious. Again, it's the stone, right? Excalibur in the stone. Still trying to carry again the story of that. Now here is the original. Well, actually, let me break out this here and let me get this going. So let me try this here. There we go. So this is the original painting from years ago, and you can see kind of the pose is along the same line. Obviously, Cyberthurian, right? It can't be just like this. Oh, also here, yes, you can kind of see again how that's transformed from the original painting that I did years ago, again into more of the Cyberthurian universe. Bandar, guess what? Well, check it out. That's what was going in. I was going to put this in, right? Can't put this in now because that. Guess what? Loot Studios right there. Yeah, that was going to be my large scale figure. I guess we need to make a bit of an adjustment, right, Bandar? So again, this was our stream last night. Now, of course, our stream the day before that was this here. It was the very first of our shadow boxes. You can kind of see. Look at how deep that is. And there's a Galadriel. I don't know. Did you have a chance to see this, Rude Raccoon? But there's a good reason why. Well, there's been a there's been a lessening of the participants for that. That's for sure. So again, this is what we've been working on here. all done with the oil paints. And you can again see that translucent cloth. Yeah, Avery, we've been doing a ton of Loot Studios figures over the years, that's for sure. Now here was the entry that I had last year. Can I actually reach that? I can. So this was last year's thing that I did for Loot Studios there. That was super fun. We did a tutorial series on that. That was a three-part series. We just finished another three-part series. Only this is one of my miniatures right here. This is the Shadow Lord. And again, we developed a whole pattern there, and you can see kind of how we were. Let me just put this back in here. There's my drawings of it here. So there you go. You can see how we developed the pattern, even did some pre-painting of it, and that's the pattern that went on him. Here he is. And this is a whole series of the named ring wraiths. So GW did these ancient named ring wraiths years ago. They're pretty nasty looking now. They weren't all that great back then. But nobody's ever done, well, what did they look like before, right? Before they were wraiths. So I'm doing a whole series of these, all 9 of the named wraiths. But you can kind of see, right? I did this on stream, and I thought, well, let's do a tutorial video of that. I'll give you a little bit of an explanation on why that kind of played out that way, Valfira. Yeah, and there's a bust. That's why I like the Loot Studio stuff, right? Average, because they've got the big fig, they have the regular size, and then they also have the bust. And it was the only company that has all in one. Now, of course, we're kind of approaching this. Oh, where's my other? Here we go. So now I'm kind of doing my own Loot Studios approach, where I made myself a. Oh, wait a minute. Timeout. Yeah. So there we go. We have the regular size fig, we have a bust, and we have the 75 mil size. Again, all those are going to eventually be made available on the Patreon page. Oh, look at this here again. Another one of our mega magnets goes in there. Oh, the Dragon Trapper. That's right. That was the other one. I think Beastarium was another one, right, Bandar? So again, there's the 28 mil version of that. So yeah, average basically. Oh, and speaking of, so that character again, look at that. That's the Shadow Lord, a bust. But wait, there's more, because here we go. Yeah, also the Shadow Lord. There he is on a horsey, right there. I think you can tell there's going to be a little bit of freehand on that cloak, wouldn't you say? Yes, indeed. Also, again, here's our Trench Crusade busts that we've been working on. Oh, I've got a couple of dozen of these now. Again, our Trench Crusade bust. Here's some more. That was the first of our Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. Blood effects there. And that was the first of our Iron Sultanate busts. This was the very first one, period, right here. That was the first one we did, which also happens to coincide with one of my favorite characters. Oh, look, there's a flat. So, yeah, this has been super fun. So, yeah, Bandar, I'll be starting and I'll be filming the series on it, of course. Oh, thanks, Average. And, of course, this was the first of our shadow boxes. I will be painting a tutorial on this later today. So Arwen and Elrond and Rivendell, and obviously kind of the same thing where we're going to paint a nice little backdrop in there in our shadow box. So again, this has been super, super fun right here. Been really enjoying the heck out of this. I'm just going to try one more thing here. It's like Columbo, just one more thing. Here, let me get this No, that is too light. I think that might be just about it. Yeah, just about it there. Nope, too much paint on that brush. I get rid of some of that. Okay, that might not be quite dark enough. There. Now, so yeah, Bandar. There's one that I'm going to be kind of like what I did. Well, let's see. Well, this was some of the other stuff that I had there last year. No, not those dwarves. It was these dwarves. So yeah, that was the dwarves there, and then there was the bust that I did. So I did tutorial video on this. Also did a tutorial video on that other creature caster fig, and then of course there was our Loot Studios Guinevere, which is again we've got. Let's see, where did that one go? Oh, it's over. Is it over here now? Where did she go? Well, we'll just show the big one here. We also have a figure version. So we have a bust version and a figure version of Guinevere here, and again, that's going to have cybernetics all around here, and then the eye also going to be a cybernetic eye. Oh, here's some more of our Trench Crusade busts. We did these what last week? Yeah, I think we did these last week on stream, right? And of course, we'll be doing more of these. Our Middle Earth War at Sea. So I think Brushmaster now is the place to head to. Especially well, now that we're over 5 hours here, we'll get a recountdown underway. And again, this was super fun here. Thanks, Average, and we'll be painting a bunch of those, all in the lead up to Adepticon. Try to get in some more of the Trench Crusade stuff too, but we'll definitely be doing our Cyberthurians and of course also our Celtic Goddess series here. Like this one here, so yeah, the voice is definitely going. Bandar, through failure, success, right? Through failure is success. And again, we'll see everybody on the Monday stream. Thanks again, everybody.